June.
Welcome everyone to Angus Council. We started with a mic problem right at the start there. I certainly hope it isn't a repeat of what happened at the last council meeting. I'm sure it won't. So welcome to this hybrid meeting of Angus Council. I would like to remind members that it is currently the pre-election period in light of the forthcoming UK parliamentary general election on 4th July. All members have received an email in relation to the Council's pre-election guidance. I would ask members to be mindful of the legal requirements in their discussion and debate during this meeting. I would remind all attendees that this meeting is being recorded. However, due to the pre-election period, the recording will not be uploaded to the Council's YouTube channel until after the election on 4th of July. I have agreed the attendance of some members remotely, and I would remind them all remote attendees to mute their microphones when not speaking. I would also advise members that we have 4 requests for deputations. One is in relation to item 5.2, motion by Councillor Speed on the withdrawal of primary 1-year practitioners. One in relation to item number 7, renaming of Cumberland Close, and 2 are in relation to item 11, disposal of Inch Pavilion and Bowling Green in Montrose. We will come back to these in due course. Today is the longest day, and this could be the longest council meeting. So I request that we keep our questions to being relevant questions to what we're discussing today. And more importantly, we will be sticking to the rule in standing orders of 1 question and 1 comment. I will move on to number 1, apologies for absence.
Yes, Provost, there's apologies from Councillor Gavin Nicholl. Councillor Ronnie Proctor has joined the meeting remotely, and the rest of the members are in the chambers.
Thank you. Any declarations of interest and statements of transparency? Councillor Dorn.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to have a statement of transparency in relating to the second motion on the list, because I've got children, 1 child who is of school age and 1 who is younger than school age, but won't be starting school at this point, so I don't think there's any reason why I can't take part in that discussion. Thanks.
Councillor Stewart.
Thank you. Statement of transparency is for item 11, report 204/24, and also the exempt item number 12, appendix 3 to report 173/24. I am a member of a charity that has received donations . I'm a member of a charity that has received donations from 3 different individuals that's connected with these items, but it's obviously for the charity, not for myself.
Okay. It's a statement of transparency. You're not planning to leave the chamber.
No.
Lovely, thank you. Any other ones? Councillor Proctor.
Thank you, Provost. Statement of transparency. Dealing with item 7, report number 200, week 24. In my sort of duties as a local elected member, I have been contacted by numerous people in Kirriemuir, and I've also spoken to Mrs. Annie McLean on the subject too. I know she's in the chamber today, so I just feel that I should mention that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Proctor. Councillor Louise Nicholl.
Again, just for transparency, I have 2 young children, near which are of school age, just in regards to the early years practitioners.
Thank you. Any further I have a declaration of interest, keeping it exactly as it happened in the last meeting, where we come to the housing emergency. I feel that my declaration of interest is I'm company director of 3 different properties, and therefore I feel it's best that I remove myself while discussing anything to do with housing, and I will vacate the chair and the Deputy Provost will take over. Thank you very much. So, moving on, the minutes of the previous meeting of 9th of May 2024. Is that minute approved? Possible exclusion of public and press. The Council will be asked to consider on items Order 27.2 whether the public and press should be excluded during consideration of item 12. So as to avoid the disclosure of information which is exempt in terms of Part 1 of Schedule 7A to the Local Government Scotland Act 2003. Is that agreed? I will now move on to the deputation requests received. A deputation request has been received from Morag Smith in relation to Councillor Speed's motion on the withdrawal of Primary 1 Early Years Practitioners Agenda 5.2. As is required to determine the competency of this motion, I will consider this request following my determination of the motion. A deputation request has been received from Annie McLean in relation to item 7, renaming Cumberland Close, Kirriemuir. Mrs McLean would like to address members in relation to this. Would members agree to that deputation? A deputation request has been received from David Dennon in relation to item 11. Mr Dennon would like to address the Council on the future of Inch Pavilion and Bowling Green. Do members agree that deputation? A deputation request has been received from Lynn Wilson on behalf of Ferryden and Craig Community Council in relation to item 11. Ms Wilson would like to address the Council on the future of Inch Pavilion and Bowling Green. Do members agree the deputation? Agree. Okay. Now, when we get so therefore we'll move on to motions in terms of Standing Order 24.1, offline and en route. Councillor Speed will speak to her motion. Oh, Councillor Speed. Not Councillor Speed. Sorry, are we fine? Yes? Yeah. Right, okay. Councillor Speed is going to speak on the motion. Do you have a seconder as well? I do. And who's that seconder? Councillor Dorn. Councillor Dorn. Right. Over to you, Councillor Speed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Angus Council. Today I'm here to address a matter of great importance, the accessibility of services for all members of our community. In an era where digitalisation is rapidly transforming the way we live, it is imperative that we do not leave behind those who are not online. Local authorities have a responsibility to ensure that every individual, regardless of their ability to access digital services, can still receive the services and support that they need and can participate in the democratic process. This is not just about convenience, it's about equality, inclusion and the very fabric of our society. Imagine a world where older people, or people with disabilities, or those where English is not their first language, or those without internet access are unable to apply for services and supports, benefits and entitlements, or report issues, or even vote or have their say in local decisions. This would be a disservice to the principles of democracy and social justice that we hold dear. Unfortunately, this is a reality. I regularly come in contact with constituents and wider members of the Angus population and frontline staff supporting vulnerable people and groups who are unable to get online or who need information in an alternative format. Many people who experience multiple barriers and require our services or maybe supporting someone who does, and they find it difficult to not know where to turn to for help if those people cannot get online. I often hear of customer experiences where older people perhaps turn for help and then are told to go online, when simply it's just not something that they're able to do easily. Not everyone has family or friends to support. Many people are being faced with multiple difficulties and simply we need to be able to ensure that we fulfil our duties by providing accessible services. Therefore, as you can see set out within my motion, I urge you, Angus Council, that you commit to maintaining services and supports that can be accessed not only online, but by telephone and face-to-face, and in places and spaces that are accessible to all, including older people, young people, people with disabilities, people who require the use of British Sign Language, people with sensory and communication loss, and people for whom English is not their first language. I urge you, Angus Council, to promote the Council's Access Office services that provide face-to-face services by liaising with our partners, such as Voluntary Action Angus, the Community Planning Partnership, community councils, and frontline staff, including Angus Health and Social Care Partnership and Angus Alive, and to remind them that those not digitally enabled can access services in access offices, and by providing a list of locations and opening times. I also urge that we ensure that alternative formats, paper copies of applications and other applicable information is made available where appropriate, and that we enable engagement and consultation to be undertaken by alternative methods of communication in addition to an offline offering. I also urge that we deliver on the Angus Council Community Plan priority to care for our people by reducing inequalities in all our communities. This includes by working to remove barriers to help ensure that everyone in Angus has the same opportunity to fully participate within society, local democracy, and can easily access the Council. And I also ask that we ask our Chief Executive to write to the UK Government and to the Scottish Government to express Angus Council's support of Age UK's Offline and Overlooked campaign, and to ask UK and Scottish Governments to make sure local authorities receive enough funding to provide offline services, and to highlight the need for additional funding to enable Angus Council to provide support to people who are not computer users but who would like to be able to get online. Angus Council, colleagues, I ask you for your support with this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. And the seconder.
And thank you. I fully support this motion. Just because something is available online does not mean that it is accessible, and local authorities and Angus Council should adopt all the best practices that they can to make sure that information is available for everybody in Angus, and to reach people so that they can fully participate in whether that's democracy or finding information about services or information to just enjoy life in Angus. So I think this is an important campaign as we move forward in more digital technology that we're adopting, and making sure that we still create information that is available to everybody. So thank you, Lois, for bringing this motion.
Thank you. I think both of these both the speakers here have given a great deal in length. I don't think there's any need for any questions, but maybe someone wants to make comments. Or was that, so do you want to make a question on it? Just a comment. Right, I'll start with Councillor Bell with comments.
Thank you, Provost. I am more than happy to support this motion. I believe that the Council Health and Social Care Partnership and our partners are already doing a lot to connect with people who are not necessarily online, and including those who would wish to be, but it would be helpful to get a clearer picture of the gaps there, and I think it's a really positive motion. Our communities team, for example, is already doing a lot of work with ESOL delivery, with adult literacy, including computer literacy, and developing how we engage with people right across our communities generally. And I would also like to highlight some of the real positives that digital technology brings to people. I have friends and constituents who have brain injury, for example, or motor neuron disease, who are so much more able to engage and stay in contact with friends, with family, and with services because of that digital technology. And it's a life-saving area of development that I think we will see a lot more of. Fully appreciate Councillor Speed's ambition is around how we engage with people, but there are real positives out there around digital technology, and I guess it's about harnessing that balance and making sure that we don't lose the good aspects as we progress. So I'm happy to support this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bell. Any further comments from anyone? Okay, well, you have the report in front of you. Is that agreed? Or, sorry, the motion in front. Oh, do you want to stop? Sorry, my apology. You want to sum up, don't you?
Want to sum up, yeah.
Right. Jill, sorry, Jill. Be quicker now, Jill.
Sorry, thank you, Provost. I would just like to thank Councillor Speed for bringing this motion today. I think it's vitally important. I dread to think what would happen if our access office was not in our library. Our library is in the heart of Brechin. It's accessible for everybody. It's in the centre of the town. It provides a valuable face-to-face service for people with multiple needs. And again, I would like to thank Councillor Speed and fully support her motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Speed to sum up.
Yeah, thank you. I just would like to again raise just the offline and overlooked campaign run by Age UK and just the reports that they have brought in terms of the experiences of older people. And of course, this motion just isn't about older people, it's about anyone that requires access to our council services. But the Offline and Overlooked campaign highlighted just how locked out of essential services people were, older people in particular. And I just don't think, as much as there is absolutely great work goes on within Angus every day supporting people, I don't think we can overlook the fact just how many barriers people face and how difficult it can be in an age, as I've mentioned, where we're in this digital world. Not everybody is, and we just cannot forget how that must feel when you're locked out. So, thank you.
Yes, and I'm sure everyone is unanimous in that feeling. Thank you very much, Councillor Speed. We'll move on to number 2. Oh, sorry, I thought I had done it. If I haven't, then is that all agreed then? Yes? Thank you. Right, moving on to withdrawal of primary 1 years practitioners from Angus educational settings. Councillor Speed's second motion today. Do you have a seconder? And
sorry, yes, I do. Thank you. Councillor Doran.
Councillor Gordon again. Lovely, thank you. Now, members will have received a copy of the commentary from Director of Finance on the financial implications of this motion. I would therefore move that the meeting be adjourned for 20 minutes to allow me to take advice from this matter. So we're at 2:18. I'll be back in here by 2:38. Thank you.
John, could you stop the recording of the meeting, please?
Right. Thank you, everyone. I've considered the competency of the motion submitted by Councillor Speed in accordance with Standing Order 24.1, and I have determined that this motion is not competent for the following reasons. It relates to an in-year operational decision falling within the Director's delegated powers. If this was deemed competent, there is a risk of setting a precedent allowing operational decisions about deployment of resources to be questioned. Officers need a degree of autonomy to ensure that they incur expenditure within their budget in order to fulfil the functions and duties of the Council. The Director's duty is to spend in accordance with the revenue budget she has available. Whilst elected members have a role in scrutinising the delivery of services by the Council, this is by way of strategic leadership and oversight and not getting involved in operational decisions. It is not competent for members to become involved in operational decisions that are implemented following the setting of the overall budget by members, and as you know, that all happens in February. I have therefore determined that this motion is not competent and I shall not be putting this to the meeting. So, moving on, back to the deputation request from Morag Smith.
Excuse me, Provost. Sorry, just can I point of clarification?
Yes, point of clarification.
Yeah, I mean, did I not even get the chance to counteract that with the
the
codes that actually state that as councillors we are able to get involved in operational matters when it affects the strategic priorities?
You're not. Thank you. So, moving back to the deputation request from Morag Smith, as I have determined that the motion is not competent, I have also determined that the subject matter of this deputation is also not competent, as there is no motion to consider. Morag, I met you as we came up the stairs. I'm very, very sorry. I'm perfectly happy to meet up with you because this is all council speak, and it's so I'm perfectly happy to try and put it into human terms. I'm perfectly happy to come and meet you, and I assume you're Arbroath, and come and meet you for a coffee and try and explain why this is there, okay? But back to what I was saying, therefore the deputation request is not to be put before members to be heard. ELL colleagues are happy to meet with the parents to discuss. So I'm perfectly happy to do it on the procedural issues, and the early learning people will be able to discuss that. Okay, so that's moving on to the next one. This is when I will depart the meeting, and the Deputy Provost will take over because we're about to discuss. Yep, there we go. Thank you.
Try again. Good afternoon, colleagues. Now, this part of the meeting, as Provost said, I'm taking over. And I'm just going to go straight into what I decided and thought earlier. So, prior to the consideration of this motion, I would rule that in terms of Standing Order 25(1), that this motion is considered to be a material change of circumstances, as the First Minister has now declared a housing emergency, which allows Councillor Jill Scott to submit her motion. I ask members to note that there has, however, been an update to this motion in paragraph 2, and I would like to ask the Director of Vibrant Communities and Sustainable Growth to provide some context. So if you just give me a minute, please, Jill, to the figure in paragraph 2. Thank you, Ms Smith.
Thank you. So, point of clarification, The £9 million figure refers to the resource planning assumption based on for the following 5 years. At the moment, the Scottish Government have moved to an annual resource planning assumption with effect from this year. This means, in money terms, that we have a reduction of 2.2 million confirmed in terms of the budget. Over the period of the current SHIP, if we continue to receive the similar amount of funding, it would equate to approximately 9 million.
Thank you, Ms Smith. And I can see that Councillor Braze has his hand up. Councillor Braze.
Yes, now that the motion has been declared competent, I do have an amendment which was sent to officers yesterday and in time.
Indulgence for a minute, please. I am omitted to ask Councillor Scott, do you have a seconder, Councillor?
I do. Councillor Doran.
Thank you.
Yes, I do, and it's Councillor Melville.
Okay. Then I would propose that the meeting be adjourned for 20 minutes. Sorry about that. To allow members to consider the updated wording of the motion and the contents of the amendment, which has already been circulated to members by email. Can we go ahead with that, folks? And I'm going to ask my colleague just to come in for a minute.
And just to confirm, the motion remains as it is on the agenda. Mrs Smith has updated as regards the figure in there, but the motion is to remain the same. And then there is the amendment from Councillor Braze, seconded by Councillor Melville, for you to consider, and Mrs Anderson will send them round now by email. Thank you. John, could you stop the recording, please? Thank you.
Okay, colleagues. At this juncture, I'd like to ask Councillor Scott if she'd like to speak to her motion. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I brought this House in emergency back today since my last motion was voted down. The Scottish Government has declared a national emergency. We are about to discuss the Housing Improvement Plan to improve many aspects of the housing service. However, we are still without a current local development plan. Therefore, I'm asking that we create an interim plan to tackle the housing shortage. We do not know what the future holds for the River Street area after Storm Babette, and I speak to people every day who are struggling for space. They're overcrowded, they're sleeping in a living room to allow their children to have a bedroom. The simple fact of the matter is we have a housing shortage and we need to resolve that. Thank you.
Councillor Scott. Councillor Dornan.
Thank you. So I seconded this motion when it was last brought to Council, and I'm seconding it again. I believe we've got a housing emergency here in Angus. The discussion last time focused quite a lot on the homelessness figures, but it's a broader scope than that around housing as a whole in Angus, both private housing and also housing that's brought forward by the local authority as well. But also wanted to raise the point around the right types of housing need to be available in Angus for people. I'm aware of cases where people are discharged into unsuitable housing and struggle to find suitable accommodation. It places additional pressures on care services and family units as well. And it's a really important point that we look at the whole scope of this. And the only way to do that is by declaring that housing emergency. It was brought to Angus Council about 6 weeks ago, and that was denied at that point. But now I hope we can declare that housing emergency and move forward.
Thank you, Councillor Dornan. And Councillor Brays, I would invite you to speak to your amendment, please.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Provost. And I believe the amendment that I bring goes further than what is requested in Councillor Scott's motion before us today. The Scottish Government has now declared the national housing emergency. We believe this to be a material change of circumstances. Angus Council declares that there is a housing emergency in Angus. Angus Council will establish a short-life officer working group, member officer working group, to consider the establishment of a standalone housing committee to oversee Angus Council's housing strategy and policy and take urgent action to address the housing emergency. And thereafter, for the MOG to bring forward recommendations for this new housing committee to full council, including proposed terms of reference. Colleagues, in 1786, David Dale opened his mill at New Lanark. It was revolutionary and transformational at the time. He recognised that happy, healthy workers are productive workers and that happy, healthy people can only be so if they have somewhere decent to live. Now, by my arithmetic, and Councillor Wan will no doubt correct me if I'm wrong, that was 238 years ago, and it's just as true today. I'm not going to preempt the work of the proposed MOG, but it's envisaged that the new Housing Committee will cover all types and tenures of housing in Angus, and not just our own Angus Council housing stock. Everyone in Angus lives in a house, and while for most people housing may not be a particular problem, it is an issue for everyone. Regarding our Angus Council housing service, a housing service review is now underway. I've asked that it be as deep, wide-ranging and thorough as possible. It must go far beyond the Housing Improvement Plan. There are 32 local authorities in Scotland, and housing is a big issue for all of them. In fact, housing is a big issue right across Europe. A new standalone housing committee will provide purpose and focus and scrutiny of what we're doing in this declared housing emergency. Economic development is going to be a big part of the solution. Members will note that I'm standing down from various roles today, and this is to allow me more time to focus on my role as housing spokesperson and on economic development. I'm sure all members across the chamber recognise the importance of housing. Housing and economic development goes with it. And they're a priority for the Angus Council Administration Group, and we will find resource required to make this work. I hope all members across this council share this as a priority and can support this far-reaching amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Breeze and Councillor Melville.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. In seconding the amendment, I do want to say loud and clear, yes, there is a housing emergency here in Angus, and all of us have got the responsibility to address it. That's why I'm joining with Councillor Breeze and asking every member in the chamber to back our amendment today. A standalone housing committee will increase scrutiny, it will increase accountability and provide greater policy and strategic direction to a service and a sector that needs it at the moment. We as a council need a laser-like focus on fixing the issues with housing that we have, and I want to work alongside Councillor Scott, who I know has a lot of expertise and interest in this area, to do that. So what I'm asking all of you is to unite behind the change. Let's come together to declare and address this emergency and get on with improving things for the people of Angus, because our constituents will expect nothing less.
Thank you, Councillor Melville. At this point, I would invite some comments before I go back to Councillor Scott. Councillor Wan. Yes.
Apologies, it's been that long since I spoke. Firstly, I'd like to thank Councillor Scott for bringing this issue into local perspective. The media often portray housing supply in an abstract term or use national numbers which are difficult for people to interpret and how this applies to them. Hundreds of thousands of homes needed across the UK. 200 million has been cut from the Scottish affordable housing supply budget. The political back and forth which does little to solve any major issue. How does this apply to Angus? Well, 42 days ago, we were told there wasn't a housing emergency in Angus. What's changed in the 42 days? Absolutely nothing. We recognised this way before that, and with the help of Councillor Scott raising this on the 9th of May, it should have been dealt with then, and we would have been 42 days further on. But I'm not going to say much more other than I will support this motion by Councillor Scott. I will look and listen to what Councillor Brace has got to say on a MOG and to see how this House Committee is going to work. But I'd really like just to see action rather than words. Thank you.
And I now invite Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. How to respond to Councillor Wan is an interesting one, because all we're actually arguing here is over definitions. When I first asked about a housing emergency with officers, it was based around the criteria that had been sort of set nationally, and officers advised that we didn't meet the criteria for a housing emergency. It doesn't take away from the fact that I agree with absolutely everything that Councillor Scott said. It doesn't take away from the fact that I agree with everything that Councillor Bray said, and we intimated in the meeting that the housing emergency was voted down on, that we were looking to do something more formal with regards to setting something up, and that's actually the formation of this housing committee. So the idea that we've just been sitting on our hands is unfair, I think, because I've tried to work with everyone across the chamber to look at housing through a lens of not being a political football and look at it to work together to get things going. And the things that we've put in place to find out where the problems are now coming to show, and that's why we've got this housing improvement plan that's coming later in the meeting. So when it comes to specifically the motions on the housing emergency, the amendment is agreeing with what Councillor Scott has said, whilst going further to say that we want to set up a MOG that takes in all elected members, with the proposal to set up a standalone committee to look at housing, to provide that extra layer of scrutiny, that extra layer of insight into what's going on there. Because when we set up our meetings with housing officers to get into the nitty-gritty of what had been going on historically over multiple administrations, we uncovered some interesting things, and I think we need that scrutiny going forward.
I'm very sorry.
No worries. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, absolutely. A housing crisis. And I think today has shown that there's also a local democracy crisis as well. I absolutely support...
Councillor, please stick to the
subject. Important that our tenants' voices are heard, and they weren't a few weeks ago. And as Councillor Wan pointed out, Councillor Scott's motion a few weeks ago, when she brought her emergency motion, wasn't accepted. I'm absolutely astonished and quite confused that we now have a flip-flop and now this administration is declaring an emergency. I think we absolutely need to be moving forward and progressing to help our most vulnerable in our communities, and I support the proposals today from Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Councillor Speed. Sorry, you're not allowed. I'm going to bring in the Council Leader, Councillor Whiteside.
Thank you, Deputy Provost, and I completely agree with my colleagues, Councillor Brazen and Councillor MacDonald. I don't think that today there's any need to make this political. I think we've all agreed to move forward with action on housing. I think the initial motion several weeks ago didn't recognise the work that had been put in place to bring forward the housing improvement plan, and the motion today from Councillor Scott doesn't go as far as the amendment does in order to set up the housing committee. I think it would be really helpful for the Chamber to work together with this, and we've all acknowledged the issues and all work together moving forward. So I urge everybody to support the amendment today and let us work together for the good of Angus as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whiteside. And now, Councillor Scott, can I ask you, please, are you willing to accept the amendment?
Can I have a comment?
Yes.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I'm kind of flabbergasted, to be honest. I mean, 6 weeks ago, we could have had an amendment at that time, but we didn't. With regard to Councillor MacDonald and his criteria for an emergency, I looked at all the housing emergencies that had been brought across Scotland. There was no criteria. Every single one was different across the board. So we could have worked together 6 weeks ago. We haven't. But do you know what? I'm going to be the bigger person here, and I'm going to accept Councillor Braze's amendment so that we can move forward and finally help the people at Angus. Thank you.
Doran.
I agree with what Councillor Scott has summed up. I think there's very little, if anything, between the motion and the amendment that's been put forward. What we are keen to do is make sure that there's some action taken on this, and that things now happen, and housing is looked at thoroughly within Angus Council.
Thank you, Councillor Doran. Sorry, I just had to take a little bit of advice there. I do have another hand up, and it's Councillor Proctor. And in the interest of failing to bring you in earlier, I may well have missed him as well, so I'm going to bring him in. Councillor Proctor.
Thank you very much, Deputy Provost. I think we all know there's been a housing emergency in Angus for quite some time. Irrespective of which side the chamber you sit on, I think everybody knows that. And I think we've really got to grasp the nettle, and I respect Councillor Scott's grasping of the nettle. I think we've all got to get behind this, recognise the housing emergency, which is fact, and get the member officer group in motion soon as possible and help those who actually need it most. That's those who live in housing that may not be up to standard. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, it would appear, sorry, Councillor Braze, would you like to say something? I'm just going to be as lenient, as fair as I can be today, so I'm going to bring him in again.
It's just to say, it looks like there isn't need for a vote, and I do not need to sum up, but I would just like to thank Councillor Scott and Dorn for their magnanimity here. I think I got the word out there. And also to again reach out across this chamber. This is not a political thing. Everyone recognises that there is a big problem with housing right across Scotland, right across the UK, and pretty much right across the developed world. And we have to work on this together for the betterment of our people's lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Braze. And magnanimity notwithstanding, there's been a breakout of consensus, which I am thoroughly delighted because I'm in the chair and hopefully get that. So I would like to thank Councillor Scott. And my colleague would like to.
And just to confirm the decision, Councillor Scott and Councillor Doran have withdrawn your motion as it was, and you have agreed to the amendment put forward by Councillor Braze and seconded by Councillor Melville. Is that agreed? Thank you.
To vacate the premises now, and we'll get the provost back in.
John, could you just pause the stream just for a few minutes till we get the... Is it, Provost?
Thank you very much, everyone. Now we'll move on to number 6, which is appointments and remuneration, and number 1, appointments to committees, etc. So, Family, Education and Justice Committee, nominations, please, for this. Councillor Whiteside.
Thank you, Provost. Can I nominate Councillor Duff, please?
And do you have a seconder? Councillor Meakin. Policy and Resources Committee. The Council is asking for nominations for that. Councillor Whiteside.
I'll nominate Councillor Meakin.
And Councillor Braze. Thank you very much. Appointment Subcommittee. We're asking for nominations.
Councillor Meakin.
Yep, seconder. Councillor Braze. Angus Alive.
Nominate yourself, Councillor Boyd.
Oh, I thought that might be unanimous. Thank you. Tayside Contracts Joint Committee.
I'll nominate Councillor Duff.
And seconder.
Councillor Meakin.
Joint Evaluation Board.
Also Councillor Duff.
And seconder. Councillor Meakin. Consular Convention.
Councillor Meakin.
And your seconder. Councillor Braze. Am I going?
No, it's okay.
You're fine.
Yeah.
Councillor Daycare Centre.
No.
Yes, sorry. The Council has asked to note that there's actually no requirements to fill this vacancy, so I think we're just leaving that as is. Yep. Thank you. Angus and Bureau Management Committee. Again, the Council is asked to note that there's no requirement for that. Councillor Braze.
Yes, just to say a wee word on that, this is because Citizens Advice Bureau for their governance require a lot less, in fact no input from Angus Council in due course. So this is part of that. Thanks.
Right, thank you. Therefore, moving on to Angus Council, I can never say enumeration. Structure for elected members, and I'd also like you to approve this structure, but set out as effective. It should read from the 20th of June. You see in your papers there, it's not the 17th or 20th of June. So, is that all? Oh, Councillor Devine.
Yeah, can I just say that it shouldn't be children and learning. It should be family, education and justice in both cases.
Okay. We'll change that. We'll change that on both in the minute. Thank you very much. Thank you for that, Councillor Devine. So is that all agreed? Oh, Councillor Gregg.
Just a question within regard to the remuneration, if that's acceptable. Obviously, with the acceptance of the amendment with regard to the housing emergency, in the event that a housing committee is then set up, will a future paper then be brought to the Council? Because obviously the structure for the elected members will change again.
Is Alison or... Yeah, Alison?
Thank you, Councillor Gregg. Yes, the MOG would put proposals for that to full Council to be agreed, and that would then obviously take account of any changes in remuneration. So that would be put before members. Thank you.
Great. All right, so we are now moving on to number 7, the renaming of the Cumberland Close, of which we've got our first possible deputation. Do you want me to mention that at this point in time, I omitted earlier on to say we would be bringing something forward. Can you keep me right on that? Yeah. I think it's just a good time to do that just now. That earlier on, we're going to also bring forward the stuff to do with items 11 and 12. We're going to bring them forward so that the deputations can move there. Is that agreed now as well? Before we then move on to this, so seems logical that people have been waiting for a long time, and we'll try and get you in as soon as we can. So thank you. Agreed. Right. So. Renaming Cumberland Coast, and Annie McLean, would you like to come over to there and say your few words?
Okay, I've remembered to switch it on. Well, thank you for allowing me to have a deputation, but it's not really a deputation as such. I just wanted to come along and say thank you to the Council for all their efforts at bringing forward the consultation and dealing with that. And hopefully we, or you as councillors, can come and bring a conclusion to the matter so that we can all move forward, me both personally and my company, to take forward the plans that we have for the rest of 2024 and going into 2025. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. Right, so we'll now move on and to the actual report itself, and Graham Daly will introduce. Thank you, Graham.
Thank you, Provost, and good afternoon, everyone. In August 2020, signed by 956 people, was lodged with Angus Council. This petition was reported to the Scrutiny and Audit Committee on 26th of October 2023 and was then referred to full Council for debate. At the Council meeting on 14th December 2023, it was agreed to conduct a consultation with the residents of Kirriemuir to determine whether to change the name of Cumberland Close. This report provides details of the consultation results and recommends that, based on the feedback received, the Council agrees to retain the current name of Cumberland Close and take no further action.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Comments? Comments from the leader, Councillor Beth Whiteside.
Thank you, Provost. When this report was initially brought to Council, it was obviously quite a contentious issue, and there was strong views on either side, and I was very anxious that the decision shouldn't be made by councillors across the whole of Angus. I thought it was right and proper that the people of Kirriemuir made this decision, and we've had a consultation and they've come back with a very clear decision, and in my view we're just here to ratify that decision on behalf of the people of Kirrie. Thank you.
Sorry, I see your hand up, Councillor Proctor.
Thank you, Provost. Right hand's a bit shaky just now, so it takes a wee while. I'd just like to thank the officers for Graham Daly and his team for actually organising this research, this consultation. It took quite a lot of officers' time, but I think we've come to the right decision here. I'd also just like to thank the person who was given the was speaking earlier on, Mrs. Annie McLean. I'd like to thank her because she's actually did quite a lot of research and produced some unbiased historical fact, which I think has helped in this quite a bit. And just what Councillor Whiteside said earlier on, it's actually taken the heat out of it quite a lot. And this includes social media, which I think was reported in the local press the other day, got a wee bit out of hand. And Mrs. McLean's research has certainly put things on a very, very level keel. But most of all, I'd just like to thank the people of Kirriemuir who took part in the consultation. And I'd like to thank them for their honest and open comments. And like many of the comments that come through, I think I was on record as saying in December that we should never ever try and erase history to amend history or indeed cherry pick history. I'm a fellow of the Society of Antiquaries of Scotland, and this is a thing that comes through to us very, very clearly. I think it was right and proper that we had the consultation, and I thank Councillor Whiteside for putting that forward in December. And I do hope that now we can actually go ahead and go on with this, keep it where it is in the historical background. But one thing I'd just like to point out, in one of the reports, when I was reading through the vast tome, it mentioned Kirriemuirians. The plural for people who were born and who live in Kirriemuir is Kirriemarians, not Kirriemuirians. So for you all, thank you very much. And I really support exactly what Mr. Daly has said. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Proctor, and I'm sure we will amend the records accordingly. And I wish you good continued health over recess, Ronnie, and look forward to seeing you sometime during recess as well. Thanks very much. Councillor Gregg.
Thank you, Provost. I just really wanted to echo the words of both Councillor Proctor's and Councillor Whiteside, and also just make comment on having read through the report with a lot of the people that took the time and effort to respond. I want to thank them as well. I did notice that in some of the comments there were some around about if this was a good use of the Council's time and effort, and I would absolutely say that yes, it was. This is a democracy. We live in a democracy, and as Councillor Whiteside pointed out, it should have been the decision of the people that live in Kirriemuir, and so yeah, it absolutely was that. So I would disagree with some of those comments there. This is a democracy. This is how democracy works, and thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, so we have the recommendation. Oh, sorry, Councillor Cheap.
Thank you, Provost. I take a slightly different point of view to Councillor Gregg on this. I speak today as an independent councillor. In that capacity and disappointed that so much time and energy has been spent on this matter. It's taken up considerable council officer time and thus money. Locally, it's become highly politicised, and as a result, social media, as always, became toxic, and it appears this has resulted in splitting the townsfolk of Kirriemuir. Leave history alone, stop politicising it. There will be new streets built in Kirriemuir, so petition your local councillors then for one of these new streets with whatever name you might wish to consider appropriate. As is so often the case, the silent majority have been heard here, and I hope Council will in future give little room for matters such as these and allow us to get on with our duty of running Angus rather than being distracted by matters such as this.
Thank you, Councillor Cheap. Therefore, look, we have no more further comments. Therefore, we have the recommendations in front of you. Is that agreed? Thank you very much. So let's move on to items. I've agreed that we're now moving items 11 and 12 forward. So we've got two possible deputations. We'll go to the first one, which is Lynn Wilson. Lynn, we're away to... Yes, well, sorry, we're about, yes, you're quite right. We're going to take it. So we're now on to number 11, which is deferral of report to Council. I'd also like to remind members of the need to ensure exempt questions and comments are all done in private. Remember that, please. Thank you. Councillor Stewart.
Just want to give notice of an amendment for this item.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, so this is Lynn Wilson. You have 10 minutes, am I correct in saying? 10 minutes. Thank you, Lynn.
On rehearsal, it takes 7, so I should be okay. First of all, I'd like to say thank you for allowing us to address you at this meeting. This is the first time that the Ferryden and Craig Community Council has sought leave to address the Angus Council. We think this serves to show the importance of this concern to our local community. As a constituted body and the most local tier of representation, we see it as our role to represent our community, and we have included in this deputation the concerns raised by many Den, Craig and Rossi Island community, as well as those from the wider Montrose area who regularly use the facilities at the Inch Pavilion and Bowling Green. 4 councillors were able to make themselves available today, but our deputation has been discussed by the whole Community Council, raised at Community Council meetings, and will be publicly shared after this meeting. The action we request is that you vote against the proposed sale of this public facility to Montrose Port Authority, and that the Council initially carry out a meaningful and inclusive consultation with regard to the future use of the Inch Pavilion and Bowling Green, ensuring a fully democratic outcome is achieved. Our objections are not specific to Montrose Port Authority, but to a commercial sale and the loss of a well-used green space, an amenity to the whole of the local community. Local people have expressed a concern that due process has not been followed, and there is a perception amongst some that the outcome was predetermined by a questionnaire that was biased towards commercial interests. We understand it was the Council that made the initial approach to Montrose Port Authority in relation to the sale of this site. Councillor Bill Duff informed us at our last Community Council meeting that the questionnaire was designed by the Economic Development Department. We realise that commercial interests are important and need to be considered, but quality of life of the local community is also important. And without these spaces, we do not have community. The Scottish Government report on green infrastructure states that well-designed green infrastructure and creatively designed green spaces offer lots of benefits and can support multiple agendas by helping to develop communities and places that are sustainable, attracting residents and business, support healthy lifestyles and encourage the kinds of behaviour that contribute towards the success of places in social, economic and environmental terms. This is an extensively used public space, with the Flower Pavilion holding regular workshops, as well as providing a great service. The Bowling Green area is used by many to access the graveyard and as part of a circular walk around the area. Many using Roma coffee as a break on their walk and a place of social gathering. Regularly, there are groups of families meeting in the space, with children running and playing on the grass in a secure area that's gated. Spontaneous events such as music during the Montrose Festival weekend and carol singing have been greatly enjoyed by the local community. COVID has shown us how much we value our green spaces, and there are no other green spaces in the whole of Rossy Island. The access to coffee and snacks is a bonus that has ensured that many people from across Montrose also use the facility. We are taking advice from an environmental solicitor regarding the proposed removal of the only green space for this community. In November 2022, Councillor Brays responded to a local constituent stating that Angus Council had not yet made decisions on this area of common good land, as it needed two consultations. One on whether the facility should be sold, and, if this was agreed, another on the future use of the area. We are opposing the sale at this stage as we consider that no meaningful and inclusive consultation process has been carried out by Angus Council. The consultation was finally conducted after commercial bids had been scored and a decision had been made. This was only one consultation, not two, and we consider it was not an open and transparent and accessible process, as it was only mentioned on the Angus Council website and Facebook, which excludes a large section of the community who do not access social media on a regular basis. As far as we are aware, there was no notifications on local newspapers or notice boards. As we have previously heard from Councillor Speed, offline and overlooked is a real concern. Our concerns were such that we formally raised this with the Council, who considered them as level 2 complaints. Our complaints were not upheld by the Council, however, this has not allayed our concerns. Depending on the outcome of this Angus Council meeting, we are considering progression to the Ombudsman. We are all aware that we are approaching a general election. Regulations state that during the period between the notice of an election and the election itself, local authorities should not publish any publicity on controversial issues or report views or proposals in such a way that identifies them with any individual members or groups of members. We believe that this issue falls under these regulations, and it would be beneficial to pause this process, which would allow Angus Council to carry out a meaningful consultation which is inclusive of all the community. The action we request is that you vote against the proposed sale of this public facility to Montrose Port Authority, and that Council first carry out a meaningful and inclusive consultation with regard to the future use of the Inch Pavilion and Bowling Green before proceeding any further. If no meaningful consultation is afforded, we will have to consider lodging objections to any ratification sought from the court in relation to the proposed sale. Our position, after consideration of the views of the local community, is that we would like to see the Inch Pavilion and Bowling Green retained as the sole green space for Rossi Island and the wider community. Thank you very much for your time. We appreciate that as elected councillors you're willing to hear the concerns raised by the local community.
Thank you very much. Now, before we ask anyone who've got further questions, I'm going to take a 5-minute recess because I'd like to discuss something with yourself. No, I'm going to take the recess first. I need some.
I suggest a longer recess in 5 minutes.
No, it's a quick question, so that's why it's not on that. It's not for you. It's for me. Yeah, let's do the second. Yes, let's do the second one as well then. And then I want to take stock with the legal. Thank you.
Provosts agreed to hear the second deputation, so we're not taking a recess. We'll hear the second deputation and then have a recess.
Right, our second deputation, Mr. David Dennon. Mr. Dennon.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you for letting me speak here today. I'm speaking here today as an islander. I moved onto the island 77 years and 2 months ago.
Seconds till I just reboot the system.
Thank you for letting me speak here today. I'm speaking as an islander. I moved onto Ross Island 77 years ago in 2 months. At the age of 2, I was tied to the clothes pole of my garden so I couldn't go off and explore my new island home. I have friends all over the world, and we all come back to Rossi Island. We sit at the Inch Bowling Green, we contemplate how we managed to grow up and live to be adults. Some of us didn't. And it's a very important thing. In my opinion, and my friend's opinion, the Bowling Green is the last green space on the island. The Port Authority built that horrendous oil base. In my opinion, and a lot more opinion, it destroyed the island. It caused corrosion to the whole of the basin. It also contribute to the corrosion of the coast. And I just like the councils to consider us as islanders, and there's islanders all over the world, and they visit their families. Our families are buried in the cemetery. We go there, we think about them, and that is my concern. This is supposed to be coming into an age where we are important, they keep telling us. We've worked our lifetime for the country. All we want now is a little thought. Why can't we enjoy where we grew up and reminisce or the adventures and everything, and to do with growing up? And I talk for a lot of Montrose people that grew up in the island, and they think exactly the same as me. The island is in our blood and will never leave our blood. And I think we deserve the right to have our own space. That's my opinion.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Dennon. As I'm saying, the recess that I'm asking for is on a procedural matter. I want to have a chat with officers here on a procedural matter. So that's why I'm only being 5 minutes, and then we'll come back in.
Provost, point of order.
Yep.
I think the suggestion might be that members might like a comfort break. So if you extend it to maybe 10 minutes, just to give everybody time.
That sounds a wonderful idea, Councillor MacDonald. Thank you.
15.
So 15? No, everyone's even saying, some are saying 15. Thank you, everyone. Right, we'll now move on to the deputations. Does any members have questions for the deputation? Remembering it's only questions and only relevant to the part that is in the public domain. No, that's fine. Lovely. So with that in mind, I now start on the report, and I ask every time Graham Daly to talk to the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. Following the meeting of the Policy and Resource Committee on the 24th of October 2023 and the agreement in principle to the sale of the Inch Pavilion and Bowling Green, a formal consultation process was undertaken regarding the proposed sale of the site. This report outlines the representations received in response to the formal consultation. Appendix 2 provides a summary of the responses as well as the full text of all responses received. Members are asked to note the clarifications provided by officers in response to the points raised. Members are asked to consider these representations, subsequently agree to proceed with the disposal of the Inch Pavilion and Bowling Green, subject to the consent of the court. And Provost, with your agreement, I would like to just clarify some of the key points that were put forward in the deputation.
Yes. Yes, I think that's a good idea. Thank you.
Firstly, just to confirm that Ferryden and Craig Community Council were contacted as a statutory consultee and were invited to respond, and confirm we did not receive a response from the group. Secondly, it was to confirm that the property was declared surplus at the Policy and Resources Committee on the 31st of August 2021. Just to clarify, that was when the decision was made to make the property surplus. And just the third point to make is that in terms of the point put forward regarding the process for community consultation, this was raised, a representation was put forward with this same point. And I would refer to the reports, specifically Appendix 2, where we put forward the case that we considered the view put forward. However, we were satisfied that we were not in any way contravening with the Community Empowerment Scotland Act 2015. Given this is, I think, related to a legal matter, I would invite my colleague, Mrs. Watson, to come in just to add further to that.
Thank you, Mr. Daly. Yes, in terms of the consultation, that is required under Section 104 of the Community Empowerment Scotland Act 2015. That determines the public consultation that's required, and also in terms of the statutory consultees, including the community councils and councillors for the area. And that was undertaken both online and by information being provided at the site, also being made available in local buildings, I think in the library in the area. So that was the consultation undertaken, and we're satisfied that was in accordance with the legislation I mentioned. And also just in terms of questions around the community facility and the loss of the amenity potentially, just to remind members that this will have to go to the court. It is inalienable common good. So we will have to make a petition to the court to enable us to sell this land. And when we do that, the court's entitled to impose conditions. So they may impose conditions, and that is usually relating to securing the continuation of the common good benefits. So the court could require the council to counterbalance a loss of amenity by providing a similar piece of land in a different place within the area. So the court may require us to do that. So that is also part of the process. And it would be at the discretion of the court whether to impose those conditions. And just finally, to confirm that missives would be entered into, which would secure, it would cover any conditions that the court applies, so that if we did enter into missives, that would be subject to the court decision and any conditions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, I'm going to ask for questions and comments, remembering that this is us not going into the private matters of item 12. So, do you have any questions of either Graham or Alison? Oh, sorry.
Sorry, just.
Yes, you did mention your amendment, and you did mention it earlier on as well. So, are you wanting
the amendment?
The amendment handed out. Do you have an amendment? Do you have a seconder?
Yes, I do, Councillor Gall.
Councillor Gall, lovely, thank you. Are we still there for going into questions of officers, or are you wanting to distribute the public questions just now? Councillor Wan. Right, okay.
In the meantime, Provost, I'll circulate the amendment to members by email.
Great, lovely, thank you. And Councillor Wan.
Thank you, Provost. A couple of quick questions. They're not too long, so hopefully you'll allow. We mentioned that the consultation was done in accordance with legislation. I think we've heard many times today about consultations, and the one in Kirriemuir seemed to work perfectly. It might be in accordance with legislation, but is it fair? You know, we've heard about the offline, we've heard about all this kind of things. Is there any more, and I know we're always looking at better ways of improving, but is there any ways we can improve so that the community councils and other constituents, citizens, whatever, believe that the consultation is real, is open to everybody? Because we can sit behind this legislation all we like. If the public don't believe it's right, then I don't think it's right. Secondly, very quickly, the court. When you're saying this has to go to court, which we all know about because we've been through that one before and many other ones, I think, do they also hear from constituents or community councils as well? Or does the court just get in our application to sell, or are they entitled to be represented from the locals as well? Thank you.
I think the second question probably is better answered by Mrs Watson, but I'll try to answer the first question, which is in terms of could the consultation have been done better. Again, I would just refer to our response in the committee report, which was that we consider it was reasonable and aligned with the legislation to decide upon a preferred option and consult upon that. And I would just, again, I think what's important to highlight is no decision has been made until after the consultation, which is now. So no decision has actually been made. I respect that there may be others that feel that there is a better way of consulting, but given the circumstances, the situation, our number one priority was make sure we were complying with the Community Empowerment Act. We're satisfied we've done that, and we're satisfied that we have taken reasonable measures in terms of the consultation.
Can I just have a quick comeback on that? Very quick. Can I just ask, I maybe missed it earlier, did you actually, or did the council go to the community council to say there was a consultation?
Yes, confirmed that both Ferryden and Craig and also Montrose Community Council were contacted directly.
And just to come in on your second question, Councillor Wan, yes, when we apply to the court, we send the court everything, so the consultation response is in full. There's also a public notice that will be published regarding the application to the court, and at that point, members of the public and community councils can then make representations to the court, so they then have a second opportunity. Thank you.
Okay. Bear with us 2 seconds, honestly. Bear with us 2 seconds, Provost. And if the Community Council do speak to an environmental lawyer, could that hold things up? Could there be a, obviously if there's a challenge coming in elsewhere, does that then hold up the court decision or even going to court?
Sorry, I was just thinking about that. Potentially, but I suppose made by council today, and then we would determine what the next steps would be. So I think I wouldn't comment until we see what the decision is of council.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Ross-Gregg.
Thank you, Provost. Mr Daly, on page 180 of the combined papers, it mentions that the potential other use for this piece of ground was for an extension of the cemetery. However, this option was previously explored by the Council and rejected following a survey and consultation with SEPA due to the water table issues. With that in mind, if this piece of ground was to be sold, because of the restrictions from SEPA with regards to the water table issues, would that mean that effectively nothing could actually really be built there and perhaps it should just be left as it is?
Councillor Gray, my understanding is that the requirements in terms of development of a cemetery is very different in terms of requirements for other uses of the land. Ultimately, it's for the bidders to consider whether they would like to bid, taking into account the conditions of the land, and there is survey that would be required. But it's my understanding is that that the requirements for a cemetery, I think, is very different from other uses of land. But ultimately, it's for the bidders when they took the decision to bid for the land, whether they considered that it was possible for development.
Thank you for that. Councillor Proctor, then Councillor Speed. I have seen your hand. Councillor Proctor, put your hand up for quite a while.
Thank you very much. And I think you maybe answered it, Mr. Daly, when you answered Councillor Warren's comment, but you said initially that you'd made representation to the Community Council and you had any response. I think maybe events overtook that, but when there was no response initially, did the council go back to the Community Council and say, look, you must have missed this, there was a deadline or whatever? But I think you may well have answered that question in your reply to Councillor Vaughan. But maybe to clarify that, please.
Mr. Daly.
Councillor Proctor, we may have, but to my knowledge, I'm just aware of a single approach. I don't know if there was any subsequent approaches, but I would just add to that we also had signage at the site. We also had social media posts. It was also well covered in the local media, so hopefully there was good awareness locally regarding the consultation.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Speed.
Yeah, thank you. And just thank you to the gentleman and the lady that made the deputations. I think that was really helpful to hear from members of the community and those impacted. I think there's been key themes throughout today in terms of local democracy and consultation. And
Councillor Speed.
I just want I'm building up to my question.
When I stand up, everyone here sits down. I will read you out standing orders. Deference should at all times be paid to the authority of the convener. When the convener starts to speak, any member who is standing will resume his or her seat. No other member will stand, and the convener shall be heard without interruption. Have I made myself clear? Thank you.
I'm confused. Sorry. Sorry, no, I'm very confused. I was building up to my question around consultation and offline.
So carry on with your question then, and relevance, please. Thank you.
So my question was, picking up from Councillor Wands and also some of the...
Provost, I think that was a little bit unfair if you don't...
Well, that's a disgrace, an absolute disgrace, Provost.
We have rules that have to be stood by. You should know that as a Deputy Provost yourself. Anyway, moving on, do we... Pausing the view paused. Thank you. Right. Thank you very much, everyone. So we are going to move on and ask, is there any further questions of the report? Councillor Brays.
Yes, thank you. A question for Mrs Watson, I think, through you. You're our most senior legal person serving at the moment in Angus Council. And you are thoroughly satisfied that we've done everything properly legally in this matter regarding consultations, etc. Is that correct?
Thank you, Councillor Brays. The legal department in Angus Council has given advice in relation to this matter to officers. We've also taken external advice from a private company who have also provided extensive advice and are in agreement that this is the least risky way forward. We set out the criteria for scoring the bids and we have followed that, and that therefore is the recommended option to go with from a legal perspective. So yes.
And so
I don't know if I had my mic on there.
And so we basically have a second opinion on this. Now, there's not a huge amount of expertise, I suppose, in something as rare as common good cases. They don't crop up every day. Would it be fair to say that the legal opinion you've sought externally is as experienced and as able as there is going about?
Yes, and obviously without going into too much detail on the legal aspects in the public session, I could go into more detail in private. But yes, the legal opinion we have is from sort of experts within not just common good, but public consultation and decision making within local authorities. So yes, I'm satisfied with that, yes.
Thank you very much for the clarity.
Sorry, Councillor Whiteside.
Thank you. Just to clarify, you also confirmed that any decision made today would need to be ratified by the court. And also, Mr Daly reminded us that the property was declared surplus in August 2021, not that long ago, sorry, 2021. And could you confirm if we have received any notes of interest as far as community asset transfers in all of that time?
To my knowledge, Councillor Whiteside, we have not received any.
Thank you for that. Any further Councillor Mill? Oh, sorry, my apologies. Cruikshanks. Sorry, Jack.
Thank you, Provost. I'm just wondering if the deputation could comment on whether they believe that the consultation was fair and if it was issued to them. And just also to say that no one has questioned the legal and proper procedure, and we're asking if they think it was open and fair as well.
I think we'd pass asking deputants questions, but yes.
I have spoken to the deputation. We have got an email that was sent to them, and I don't know if they've been able to confirm if they received the email. We certainly have an email showing that the consultation was sent to Ferryden and Craig Community Council, and it was to the correct email address, but I know that they maybe didn't have sight of that email, but certainly in terms of the consultation, it was sent to them.
Okay.
We can, Provost, if you would allow it, we could let Mrs Wilson come in at this point, if that would be helpful.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
Great, thank you for letting me speak again. Yes, we have just compared email notes, and one was sent by the council, so legally it is supposed to be received by us. However, we did not receive that email. It was sent to the right address and everything. However, we've also been told that notices will put up on Montrose Library. Montrose Library is not in our area. So the paper consultation bits where the notices will put up were not put in Ferryden and Craig Community Council area. So we had no idea what was happening until it went to bids and we submitted our own form at that time.
Mr Daly, do you want to come back on that one?
Yeah, it seems perhaps wires cross it. We're not saying it was put at Montrose Library. It was put in the vicinity of the actual location, as in Inch Bowling Green.
Previously, you said Montrose Library and Inch Pavilion.
No.
I think that was actually Alison, was it? Yes. So, Alison, do you want to...
I think, apologies if I said that, but yeah, Graham, Mr Daly has confirmed that where it was advertised. Thank you.
As you can see, it's a very terse day, and I think this is the opportune moment for me to apologise to Lois or Councillor Speed for my overreaction. I'm a very dramatic person at the best of times, and I did go over the score on that. I hope you accept my apology. I'll take some more questions, and if you're up to your question, then Lois, I would gladly take your question. Councillor Ross Gregg.
Thank you, Provost. My question is for Ms Watson. Earlier, we obviously spoke about that this will have to go to the sheriff for official disposal, and it may be that they decide to place conditions upon that. For example, as you said, that another piece of ground is available. I think that would be quite awkward and difficult because obviously Ferryden is an island. It's surrounded by water, and for what little left of it there is either housing or it's the port. So if this piece of land if that was to perhaps be in a condition, where would that go? Because there isn't really anywhere within Ferryden or Rossley Island to put that. So how would they benefit from a green space that's nowhere to put it?
Thank you, Councillor Gregg. Yes, obviously there are those logistical difficulties with this particular site, and I think rather than speculating on that, it's for members, I suppose, to take that into account, but it would be a decision of the court, so I suppose they'd have to consider how the amenity could be continued, and it may be that the court finds there is difficulties in that, and maybe with representations the court wouldn't be minded, but I don't think that I could put forward what the court might do. But as you say, there are difficulties here that the court would have to take into account.
If I may just come back, I think perhaps what I was actually trying to ask really was if that was the condition was put in place, would it be up to the council to decide where that piece of ground would, or would it be the court's decision as to where that piece of ground would then go?
So the court can make any conditions it wants, so it could become involved in that, or it could put, as you say, the onus onto Angus Council to determine that, and that might be as part of the court process that they would be looking for input from the council in relation to that, obviously with the local knowledge of the area that the court might not have. But yes, again, the legislation is very open to the discretion of the court, that they can make any conditions that they see fit, so it's not prescriptive in the legislation.
Thank you. Councillor Duff.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. I'm conscious we're getting into a lot of speculation. I mean, it's probably out that there is a great deal of green space in Montrose, much of it owned by the Common Good Fund. So you have got the whole Mid-Links area of Montrose, you've got a rugby cricket ground, you've got a huge football ground at Broomfield, which is Common Good. There's tennis courts, the whole golf course is Common Good. There is a huge area of land in Montrose which is Common Good and is available for recreation. So I would have thought that's relevant. If people feel that there isn't enough, then that might be a point in case, but I think you would have to weigh up how much there is, and there is actually a huge amount of green space in Montrose and district. There's public parks in Hillside, there's a public park in Ferryden. There is actually a lot of green space.
Clarification, sorry. Are we on comments or questions? I'm confused.
Yes, that, actually, you're quite right, Councillor Duff. That was a comment. We're only asking questions. Yeah, there's questions. No, you're right. You're right. We have 3 minutes before we have to agree whether we actually go into recess, aren't we?
Whether we agree to suspend standing.
Yeah, do we agree suspending orders? Does everyone agree we should suspend standing orders? Yeah, thank you.
To the conclusion of the business?
Oh, yes, to the conclusion of the business? Well, I think we're getting enough comfort breaks in between all the amendments and recesses that we're having. Thank you. So we'll move on to Councillor Speed. Would you like to ask your question?
I think it was kind of answered and covered, but yeah, what I was building up to say was around just the complexities of consultation and ensuring that we do have like offline alternatives, and it was just really to pull out and seek a bit more clarity around that. And I think it was touched on that there was information within the pavilion, but unless you know that's there, then people might not have known to go there. So that was really where I was going with that question earlier.
Thank you very much for that. So we are now going to ask does anyone like-minded that we go into private to discuss the private paper? No? Great. So we don't want to go, we don't think there's any need for any of the paper, the private paper just now.
Point of order.
Yeah.
Just to check on a procedural point, does Councillor Stewart's amendment need to be discussed before we go into the private session?
Yes. So bring forward your motion. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you. Yeah, firstly, I mean, I'd like to obviously thank both deputations for your presentation. It's given us a bit more insight than what we actually already knew. I do have, I mean, there's a few things that is just not sitting with me. You know, we've already heard from deputation, I've heard from a lot of people that the consultation, they felt that the consultation was weighted heavily towards getting a commercial outcome, as opposed to, you know, it's just not very fair. That was the general consensus that I got coming to me all the time. Councillor Duff just spoke there about we've got lots of green spaces, common good green spaces in Montrose. We're speaking about a particular area, Rossi Island, and that is really the only green space in Rossi Island. We also heard, you know, earlier from Ms Watson there about the courts. They could ask for conditions to be imposed, but you know, that's not set in stone. They might not, you know. But you know, I'm just not obviously comfortable with this. So, you know, my amendment, I'll just go straight into the amendment because there's not really much more to say about it. So it's recommended that the Council, 1, notes, considers and has regard to representations made in response to the formal consultation carried out in accordance with Section 104 of the Community Empowerment Scotland Act 2015 as detailed in the report and appendices, and 2, revisits the previous decision of the Policy and Resources Committee on the 24th of October 2023 to approve in principle the sale of the Inch Pavilion and Bowling Green, Croft Road, Montrose, in accordance with the preferred option 2 as detailed in the options appraisal contained within Appendix 3 to Report 296/23 exempt, subject to the completion of the formal consultation and legal process as detailed in the report. And finally, number 3, does not proceed with the sale of the Inch Pavilion, Bowling Green, Croft Road, Montrose at this time.
Do you have a seconder?
I I do. Councillor Gall.
Sorry, who was that?
Councillor Gall.
Thank you. Councillor Gall.
Thank you, Provost. Just not a huge amount to say, but there's clearly we've had 2 deputations and an audience here from the Community Council. There's obviously a lot of emotion attached to this. This is the only space in Rossi Island, and I know Councillor Duff spoke about the golf course at Montrose, but that's more than a 60-minute walk for anyone in Rossi Island, and that's something to bear in mind. We talk about this as being surplus to requirements in 22 and 21, but speaking to the deputation, it's obviously a busy area, it is used by people, and is it really surplus to requirements for the local people? And as councillors, it is our duty to listen. Everyone was elected here, they put a number at a box opposite our name, and our one job is to listen and hear, and I think the deputations were very good, they were very clear about what they wanted to do and say. And what's the rush? We're not saying that this is never for sale. We're not saying that that nothing can ever happen with this. I think we need to pause. We need to listen, and we need to understand exactly what's happening within the small area. Because once it's sold, and we've heard about the Sheriff Court, but at that point it's completely out of our hands, and the conditions are at the mercy of the court. And once that happens, and that space is gone forever. So I just think we need a pause and to listen to the very good deputations, and for a community council to make themselves available to come to council shows that there is a strong feeling, and they're hyper local. They know exactly what's happening in their small area. So I would please urge people to consider. Thank you.
Right. So we're now going to go on to questions and comments, but before that, I need to determine: does anyone have any questions of the exempts report? No. So in other words, do we want to go into private at this point? No. Okay. Right. So does anyone have any? Just go to the vote.
Point of order, Provost.
Yeah.
Are we not due a recess so that we can discuss the terms of the amendment?
That's what it is. Yeah. So, yeah. 20 minutes recess. Back in here by 25 past. Thank you.
Okay, John, pause.
Right, after our 20-minute recess, we're still on item number 11, and I'd like to ask, has anyone got any further questions or comments? Questions first, Councillor. Oh, right. Comments, Councillor Wan, your hand was up first for comments, then Councillor Gregg.
Okay, I'll make it very brief. It was just to say that I'm fully in support of the amendment that my colleagues, Councillor Stewart and Councillor Gall, have brought forward today. From listening to the deputation and listening to what my two colleagues had just said there just 25 minutes ago, I'm fully convinced that whilst we probably did follow everything that legislation says, and that's what we'll have to do, I do also feel that maybe the community weren't given the appropriate notifications, not blaming the council, as I'm saying, because I do believe you follow the legislation. I've got no issue with that, but I do think that our consultations maybe just aren't as fair as they can be out with the legislation. I think there's more need to speak to the community councils, whether it's going in and seeing the community councils, etc., etc. But I'm just saying that my support will be with the amendment on this occasion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cheap.
It's actually a point of order, Provost. Are we actually discussing elements of the Green Paper? Because
no.
We've got members of the public in the...
No, we're not.
So we can't... Okay, so we can't discuss figures in that case now.
Yeah, I asked earlier on, David, if people wanted to go into private, and what happened was people said no. Right, so any further comments? Councillor Gregg.
Thank you. It was myself that referred this to full council from the P&R committee, and at the time I felt that that was the correct thing to do. It's quite apparent that any common good item is generally a decision for the members of that ward to make. That's the understanding that we all have, and that was the understanding we respect. However, in this instance, there were 2 of those members were for and 2 of those members were against. And I felt it was important at that time that rather than just be the P&R committee to make the decision, it was brought to full council. And by doing that, we've been able to have the deputations that we've heard today, which I thank you for. This is clearly a very important issue, as has been shown, and I thank Councillor Stewart for bringing forward his amendment, which I think we should support, and I would support as well. This is one of the only green spaces within Ferryden and the Rothesay Island area. It's since 2021, since it was originally agreed that it was surplus. Clearly that has changed. There is a greater use of the land with the flower shop and the coffee shop, and a great amount of the public within that area do not want to see the loss of that area. So I thank you for that, and I thank you, Councillor Stewart, for bringing forward your amendment.
Any further comments? Councillor Duff.
Yeah, thanks, thanks, convener. Thanks, Provost, indeed. I think we talk about a consultation. I'm an elected member. Most people who I see in the street know I'm an elected member. I have had no comment about this issue at all. From what we've heard today, this is a massive controversy in Montrose. Well, it's not. Nobody has contacted me about this. I've had no emails, no phone calls, nothing. This is a matter that is of interest to a very small number of people. We can see that from the 26 responses to the consultation. So that's the first point. We've been talking about this, the building, and let's be clear what we're talking about. There's a lot of people here talking about this who probably never visited the site. The coffee shop is done in a trailer outside. The flower pavilion is in the all-old pavilion. The open space, the green, isn't being used by anyone at the moment, and that's reality. We've heard a lot of suggestions that it's being heavily used. I think those are, let me say, inaccurate. This whole issue has taken up a huge amount of officer time over the last 3 years, and we know how under pressure our officers are. To delay it, I think, would not be sensible. The building was, the site was declared surplus at P&R in 21. There was ample time for community groups to have come forward with alternative plans when it was declared surplus. That hasn't happened. We now have a proposal to sell it. The 2 most valued bids were both from companies that wanted to exploit offshore wind, which is a huge opportunity for Montrose. Montrose Port provides a lot of prosperity and jobs. Delaying sale delays either of those parties taking part. From my point of view, of the two leading bids, I favour selling to the Montrose Port Authority because they are a trust port, set up by Act of Parliament. They have no shareholders, they don't pay any dividends. All proceeds are reinvested in the business and in Montrose. That, I think, is for me the game changer. In many ways, the way MPA behave is very similar to Montrose Common Good. They put a huge amount of money into the community each year. Montrose Common Good can't afford to do that. The other argument against sale, which Councillor Stewart has put forward, is Montrose Common Good Fund, like many common good funds, is more about the liabilities than the assets. Very recently, we've had to bail out an organisation in the community. Now, we have lots of liabilities. We cannot afford to look to turn down a bid of circa £200,000, because if we delay this another 2 or 3 years, there might not be a bidder wanting to buy it. We don't know. The people might decide, well, we're going to expand the port in another direction to cater for offshore wind. So we've got an opportunity here to get £200,000 into the common good fund. That's not something we should be delaying, because Councillor Stewart should know this, we've already had to dip into the fund unexpectedly to support another local organisation. So I think there's a lot of reasons for going ahead, taking the decision, going with the papers and rejecting the amendment.
Councillor Cheap.
Thank you, Provost. Initially, I had a concern with Officer's recommendation here, where we have to secure the best value, continue to generate community benefit and contribute to the promotion of economic development or regeneration. In my mind, both options 1 and 2 did just this. So I had to be convinced of the arguments in order to reconcile the shortfall in potential cash receipt from Montrose Port Authority with the arguments shown in the option appraisal for non-cash benefits of the MPA bid. I'm not a great fan of weighted option appraisals, which can often be calculated to provide the sought response as the final recommendation. So after having read the options appraisal thoroughly, I set it aside. I then began reading all the local responses, then had to consider that there had only been 26 from a population of circa 18,000 in Montrose. I had to consider the bigger picture. Did I want this land purchased by a private company providing business units but with no control over their long-term use, or for the land to be owned and operated by a trust port where surpluses are reinvested back into the port for redevelopment or used for the benefit of port users, employees and residents, and which contributes substantial sums annually to the community, as we've heard? Both options would clearly add economic benefits to Montrose and Angus and increase in employment. Both are committed to working in the renewable sector, fundamental to economic growth. But for me, the bigger picture was to consider the future impact. There's no doubt that Montrose Port Authority is a significant employment provider, significant market leader in the chain and anchor business, both for rigs and submersible wind turbines. It's felt they need this land to provide more quayside space to grow their business more and to allow them to bid for more work of this kind. It would also provide them with much needed unfettered access to the A92. As the success of Montrose Port Authority grows, I have no doubt that the value they could contribute to the Montrose community, already in excess of £100,000 per annum, will grow further. And I also hope they work with the owners of the cafe and the flower shop to secure potential premises too. But in summary, approving this recommendation would mean an essential growth business in Angus will be able to have strategic control over its future development that could be exponential and create economic benefits that could be valued in multiples of the difference in capital receipt we're considering here.
Councillor Brace.
Yes, thanks, Provost. Well, I know the area better than anyone else around the table here today. I lived on Rossy Island for 2 years. I now live in Craig. and I know the area very well. I know a lot of people round about. I'm a regular walker and cyclist round about Rossie Island and Ferryden and Craig. I meet lots of people. No one has ever expressed to me concerns about the Inch Pavilion and what might happen, except in meetings of the Community Council. And of course, it's extremely important that their views are considered and taken into account. But like my colleagues, Councillor Duff and Cheap, Montrose Harbour is the driver of the economy in North Angus. In fact, arguably the most important driver of economy in the whole of Angus. The strategic location of the Inch Pavilion and the bowling green is extremely important to the operation of the port. And without use of that land, it's very difficult to see just how much further the Montrose Port can expand. And I would remind members that Montrose Port is, at the most recent economic survey, supports 352 well-paid jobs in the local area, and not just Montrose. A lot of Breckeners too come through to work in factories that would not be there if it was not for a successful port. So I'm fully supportive of the MPA bid. They are a trust port. They exist for the benefit of Montrose Port and Montrose Town. Very similar in their aspirations to the Montrose Common Good Fund, who are there, if this goes through, will be putting a whole lot of money into. That's all I have to say in the matter. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brays. Councillor Cruikshank.
Thank you, Provost. I would just like to add that when Councillor Duff said that he's not had any emails from residents on this matter, Councillor Gall has mentioned that he has had lots of correspondence from residents on the matter. And in addition to that, the reaction from the Community Council to when Councillor Duff said that the area wasn't used was one of disbelief.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cruikshank.
Well, I, like Councillor Duff, have had absolutely no correspondence, unless there was anything through the Ferryden and Craig Community Council, but I've had absolutely no correspondence on this matter from anyone else.
Councillor Scott.
Thanks, Provost. So, with regards to the very small number of people, and I noticed that there was 18,000 people, the population, that will not be the population of Ferryden and Rossie Island. I worked in Rossie Island some years ago. There's lots of mixed households, you know, there's mixed ages, there's kids, there's this green space is on their doorstep. So there, I came home that way from work, from Arbroath to Brechin a couple of weeks ago and popped in. It is a beautiful space, it is peaceful. I get that the economy is important, however, green space for families is important too, and recreation ground for kids. And whilst I recognise that there is a lot of lovely green spaces in Montrose, they're not on the doorstep of Ferryden or Rossie Island, so therefore I'll be supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor Whiteside.
Yeah, there's been quite a lot of information and I'm just going to keep it very brief. The problem with the amendment is we've not been given a viable alternative. It would put us back into limbo. The decision to make the ground surplus to requirements was 2021. There's been ample time for communities to come forward with a viable plan to make this ground sustainable or an alternative use for it. And by agreeing to that proposal, the risk falls on the Montrose Common Good, as Councillor Duff told us. This has been going on long enough and we need to make a decision today.
So who's moving are you moving it? Or?
Well, I could do, but one final comment.
One final comment. I have to be seen to be that everyone else is getting one question, one comment. Is it really important?
Well, I think it is material.
Okay, if it's right, okay.
Yes, so I cycle and I walk regularly around Rossie Island, and to be quite honest, where the people are taking their recreation tends to be far more around the edges of the basin. And why wouldn't they? 2,000 acres of nature reserve. And also, I'm well aware that there's quite a few Rossy Islanders who take their recreation on the basin, in kayaks and in dinghies and boats. So I think that is relevant, because this is about green space, but that's not the only source of recreation for people who live in the area.
Sorry, Councillor Gegg, you haven't had a comment so far.
I have, but as Councillor Brace has had
Yes,
three
okay,
now,
yeah, okay. Last comment and last comment from Councillor Scott.
Just wanted to further comment about Councillor Cheap's comment with regards to unrestricted access from the A92. Perhaps he's unaware there's a great big massive roundabout as you come into Montrose that does give direct access from the A92 to the port. And like Councillor Scott had said earlier, I too have visited the site just a few days ago, because it is somewhere where, during my other job as a driver instructor, I do a lot of teaching around about there, because the quiet roads are nice and quiet, so they're handy for teaching, parking and things like that. And I did pop in, and I was actually quite surprised to see how well kept the area was, and actually how many people were actually in there. I had a little chat with the lady in the flower shop, just to sort of pass the time between lessons. So I think it is probably quite well used. There were certainly people there when I randomly turned up one day to have a look round. And again, just because perhaps some of the councillors haven't received emails, it might be because perhaps those constituents decided to email the other two councillors in that area rather than those two. So I just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you, Councillor Gregg. Councillor Scott.
Yeah, just thank you, Provost. With regards to Councillor Bray's comments about people on the basin and kayaking, forgive me for saying, but people of a certain age probably wouldn't likely to be kayaking on the basin, and young children. We've got a safe green space where families can take their children for recreation. I don't think his was a valid point there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor MacDonald.
From the debate, it appears that we're actually really debating the decision made by the previous administration in 2021. We're talking about something that was deemed surplus to requirements back then, and we've just gotten round to getting to this stage of the process now. It seems like a lot of this debate should have happened in 2021, not now. We're that far down the road. So it seems a little strange that we're getting this amendment now based on the decisions that were made, before our time in administration, but from another period in time. It would appear to me that based on that, we have to go ahead with the recommendations that we've got and approve them going forward. So I think for me, the debate has centred around something that actually, is something that's already been decided by the council.
Right, Councillor Babe, I think you're going to...
Yes, I'd like to move the motion, and the motion is to support the recommendation.
And we need a seconder. Councillor Whiteside. Now, and we know who the amendment and the seconder is. Right, so we're going to go to the vote. Councillor Stewart can sum up on his amendment. Sorry, my apologies, Councillor Stewart.
Thank you. We just heard from the leader there that that this was deemed surplus to requirements back in 2021. I think we've actually forgotten the fact that there's actually a business currently in there. So for by it being surplus to requirements, it was actually occupied. We often get accused from as councillors of not listening to the wishes of the public. And I fully take on board there is only 20 people that has responded to the consultation. 26 people, but 20 of these were against it. And, we don't need to sell this. It's not that the Common Good Fund is short of money. The business, the preferred bidder, is not dependent on getting the use of this land. As for it being, a trust port, well, the thing of a trust board is, you know, to put surplus back into the community. So they're always going to do that, whether, you know, this land is, you know, sold off or not. But, you know, I just feel that we need to really look here and keep the green space. So I would urge you to go for the amendment.
Right, so I think we're ready to go to the vote.
Ms Provost, we've got a motion moved by Councillor Brays, seconded by Councillor Whiteside, that they moved the recommendations as per the report. The amendment moved by Councillor Stewart, seconded by Councillor Gall, is as per circulated to members. So you're voting for the motion or the amendment. Provost?
Motion.
Deputy Provost?
Motion.
Councillor Beattie?
Motion.
Councillor Bell? Motion. Councillor Brays?
Motion.
Councillor Cheap?
Motion.
Councillor Cowdy? Motion. Councillor Cruikshanks? Councillor Devine?
Motion.
Councillor Doran?
Amendment.
Councillor Duff? Motion. Councillor Durno? Motion. Councillor Fotheringham?
Amendment.
Councillor Gall?
Amendment.
Councillor Gregg? Councillor MacDonald?
Motion.
Councillor McLaren?
Amendment.
Councillor Meehan?
Motion.
Councillor Melville?
Motion.
Councillor Louise Nicholl?
Amendment.
Councillor Proctor?
Amendment.
Councillor Scott?
Amendment.
Councillor Shepherd?
Motion.
Councillor Speed?
Amendment.
Councillor Stewart? Amendment. Councillor Wan? And Councillor Whiteside?
Motion.
That's 15 for the motion and 12 for the amendment. Therefore, the motion's carried and the recommendations within the report are therefore agreed.
Thank you. So moving on to now the long-term plan for towns. Okay. So we're moving on to long-term plans for towns. Arbroath update. And Alison Smith will come to introduce this report. Thank you.
This report updates members on the progress to establish a town board for Arbroath and appoint a chair, and provides a recommendation for the preferred chair as selected by the Policy and Resources subgroup. It also seeks the nominations of 2 elected members to represent Angus Council on the new town board.
Thank you. So, does any members have any questions first? Councillor? No? No questions? Great. Anyone want to make comments? Councillor Durno.
I would like to nominate Councillor Lois Speed to be on this board. Thank you.
And I would like to second that too. Is the Provost allowed to second that? Yes. Yes. Thank you. I know there was others. There as well. My apologies for that. But I just felt after what's going on earlier on today, it was nice if I put the olive branch out to Lois. Councillor Wan.
Yeah, seeing as how we're doing, rather than comments, we're proposing now, I believe we've just jumped
Yes.
it. Never mind. I'd like to propose Jack Cruikshanks as the nominee from our side. Thank you.
Wonderful. That's very good, Jack.
Seconded by Councillor Gregg.
Councillor Gregg. Councillor MacDonald.
I just had a very quick comment to say I think that the work that was done to get to this point has been excellent from the council side. I think the elected members that were added to the recruitment process worked well together. I think as a little group we came together really, really well, and it was nice to see proper collegiate work in there. Also, our officers were excellent in getting to the point we got to make this happen.
Thank you. I think we've done that topsy-turvy, but I think we've got there all the same. So we have Councillor Speed.
Is it okay to make a comment just
Yes,
overall
absolutely.
on the report? Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, just to say, happy to support the recommendation of Peter Stirling. I think that's an incredible appointment, and I think our brothel are very lucky to have managed to secure someone of the calibre of Peter Stirling. And I'd just like to give thanks to my colleague Councillor Durno for her nomination. I'd be absolutely delighted to take up the position and look forward to working with Peter and everyone else going forward, and of course Councillor Cruikshanks as well. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Councillor Shepherd.
Just a comment on the report as well. You know, I'm not going to be on the board, but I know that the Arbroath councillors all, you know, we all speak and we have a good relationship, and I like to think that, you know, this will make a big difference to the town, and I'm sure the councillors that are going on the board, they won't mind just a little bit of input from those that aren't, because we've got a good relationship in Arbroath. Thank you very much.
Councillor Gall first, and then Councillor Wan. Thank you for letting the hands that came up first. Councillor Gall.
Thank you. Thank you for the report, and I just want to say I was lucky enough to be one of the interviewees, and we had great candidates, and I know this is a huge opportunity for Arbroath, and everyone in this room will be behind them. So wish Mr Stirling and the board all the best, and I can't wait to see what they do with it. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Councillor Gall. Councillor Wan.
Yeah, I would just like to say exactly the same about Peter Stirling's appointment. I think it's been a massive coup for the town of Arbroath, and I do know that from the other colleagues in Arbroath that they will all work together. Just a quick query though, not that I want to upset the apple cart or anything like that, but would there be a potential of recycling the councillors on the committee in a 2-year period or 3 years? I know 3 years' time we might not be councillors, but I mean in a, you know, a cyclical kind of thing. Is that an option, or is that something that would just waste the room?
Yeah, so that's for the board to decide. So they can agree the tenure of appointments, and you know, if they want to set that for 2 years, 3 years, but these are the kind of things that the board now have to work together to decide how that works.
Councillor Braze.
Yes, well, I also was in the selection panel. I think we have appointed an exceptionally able person, Peter Stirling. I would like to say, though, that the other candidates were very credible too. And what we need now is a good, solid board, and I have every confidence under Peter's chairmanship that will be put together, and a couple of really good candidates coming from the council as a starting point. Thanks.
Thank you. So we have the recommendations in front of us. Is that agreed? Yes. Thank you very much. Moving on to number 9, a framework approach to place-based working. Alison Smith still in the seat here. I'll hand over to Alison.
Thank you, Provost. This detailed report seeks approval of a framework approach to place-based working to strengthen our commitment to work more collaboratively and meaningfully with our communities, embracing greater local democracy, with a focus on 2 proposed areas of Angus, Brechin and Montrose initially, and the rationale for that. Anthony McGuinness is online, who provided the briefing earlier this week, and will be able to take any questions.
Any questions? Councillor Doran.
Thank you. So I've spoken to a number of community councils who have got interest in the new plans for the local development plan. There's a bit of apprehension about how they engage with that process for local place plans. It's new, it's different, and also it involves a lot of engagement on their part, so looking for support to guide them through that. I was just wanted to ask, as we're discussing it in the public meeting, what is the message to the community councils relating to this place plan that's before us now and the new framework, what in kind of clear terms, what is the message to them about what they would expect from it? I'm also conscious of the fact that I work with 6 community councils, and within this report there's only 2 places mentioned. So I just wanted to kind of get a bit more clarity on that as well, because all of them have discussed elements relating to the new local development plan. Thanks.
Anthony's going to come in and pick up on those points.
Thanks, Alison. I was just waiting for that. And parts of the first one, Councillor Doran, this refers to a discussion that we had beforehand. The framework approach is an approach that we hope will involve communities and how they see their places being developed and delivered in partnership with them. It's inherent in taking this approach that the development plan follows it. But what it does do is it brings all our resources into one place and actively how we will deliver for our communities for what they want as far as we can go. So it takes their aspirations and it takes it into account in terms of the development planning going forward. In terms of local place plans, if communities still wish to do one, they can do one themselves, but following this approach and working collaboratively with us, that should avoid the need to do that. It should bring all of the information into one place and coordinate all our resources better to help and serve our communities. So that's the answer to your first question. Does that answer it for you, or do you need some more information?
I think so. I think that the next bit is around the fact that the 6, like what happens for the community councils and areas that aren't mentioned within this plan and their support.
Yeah. So the reason that we've done that is it's not possibly practical to follow the approach for every single place across Angus at the same time. However, that does not mean we will do nothing in other areas. We'll continue to support activity in those areas, but the paper proposes initial focus on Brecon and Montrose. And as I said in the briefing to members earlier this week, that every community will go at a different place. So this will help us balance our resources and how we achieve this approach so that we can actually help those communities that wish to collaborate and be part of this process, but we'll have to balance that with the resources we've got. So the initial focus is on Brecon and Montrose, but like I said, that doesn't mean that we'll do nothing in any of the other areas, Councillor Doran.
Great, thank you. Yes, and you've actually just reminded me that in my notes that I should have been reminding members that, of course, there'd been a briefing on this matter earlier on as well, which so it's good that we had that too. But that doesn't mean we're not allowed to ask questions in the chamber. Has anyone got any further question? Right, no, we'll move on to comments. Councillor Bell, I saw your hand first, so we'll go with Councillor Bell.
Thank you, and thank you, Anthony. I really appreciated the opportunity to take part in the briefing the other day. My comment is really around the national strategic drivers for working more collaboratively and cross-cutting between local authority and health and social care. That it's virtually impossible to pull one thread out of that without affecting the others. And I guess it's in terms of our capacity as a local authority. So it's not about adding to work, but it's about making sure we avoid duplication and that we are all confident and comfortable around the impacts that each of these areas make collectively to the health and well-being of our citizens, and that's coming out very much from the centre. And Angus has a good working relationship with many partners across many areas, and I'm seeing this as very much the driver for further embedding and developing that partnership work. And I fully appreciate that there may be some areas where that's a bit patchy. So everything won't happen at once, but I really appreciate the paper and the opportunity to discuss earlier this week. Thank you.
Councillor Proctor, I see your hand up.
Thank you very much, Provost. Yeah, and as I said at your presentation the other day, each different community council is completely, different. There's no sort of one hat fit everybody, and I look after 6 community councils. I attend 6 community councils, each one of them different. The one thing we should always be mindful of, and I keep on saying this, is we are very dependent on the people who serve on these community councils and indeed other voluntary organisations. They are volunteers, and often in smaller communities you'll see the same faces at different meetings, exactly the same people. And we've also got to be mindful of when these faces, when these people either grow a bit older or move away, get tired, take ill, how we're going to keep the momentum going. So I think that's really an important thing we've got to take cognizance of. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Good. Any further? Sorry, Councillor Speed, sorry. You're usually in front of me here, Lois. You see, you've changed your place.
What it is. Yes, thank you. It really just is to give recognition to 4.5, Article 12 of the UN Convention of the Rights of the Child. I'm pleased to see that's been put there within the report, and really just to state, as is in the report, just how important it is that every child has the right to express their views, feelings and wishes in all matters affecting them, and to have their views considered and taken seriously. And Provost, I will continue to try and advocate on behalf of children, and I'm pleased that within this plan that also is a great recognition given to the need for that as well within place Beacon as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Speed. Any further comments? So you have the recommendations in front of you. Is that agreed? Agreed. So we now move on to the deferral of a report to Council Housing Service Plan, and Alison Smith will introduce, and I think Claire Greenhill will be here to answer questions as well.
Thank you, Provost. Yes, Claire is here, and Lindsay Day as well. This report presents the first ever Housing Service Improvement Plan with a focus on Year 1, 2024 to 25, and sets out the governance and reporting arrangements in place to monitor and report on progress. The improvement plan has been developed in response to actions identified as essential in terms of improving performance, reporting, and based on the engagement plan with the Scottish Housing Regulator, Charter results from 22-23 and tenant satisfaction results. This is a very ambitious plan. It's challenging but essential to ensure we can deliver improved outcomes for our tenants. Many of the challenges are not unique to Angus, but the plan recognises the particular circumstances in Angus that need to be addressed. We've been involving all staff in the housing service in the development of this plan, as improved customer service is fundamental to the success of delivering this improvement plan.
Great. Thank you very much for that. And again, I'd like to remind members that there was a briefing on this matter prior to Communities Committee as well. Does anyone have any questions? Councillor Speed.
Yep, thank you. On 34 occasions, the word develop is used, and on 38 occasions, the word review is used within the plan. Why is the service having to develop and review so many parts of the service, and why have ongoing reviews and development not been undertaken previously?
Who would like to answer that?
Happy to start, and I think then Claire will come in. I think the recognition is, as the plan, in terms of the ambition that is there, is recognising there is a lot to be done. I can't speak for everything that perhaps has been proposed to be developed and not been delivered in the past. I think the plan is recognising where that hasn't worked and looking to build on that. There's a lot in terms of, for example, policy and processes, which one of the areas that's been picked up has been about implementation of policy, process, strategy, inconsistency across that. So in terms of that review, it's making sure, one, that the policy is fit for purpose, but in terms of that review piece is making sure that everybody is implementing that in the same way. So that may be interpreted slightly differently depending on, on the different areas where that I haven't appreciated quite so often how it appears in the plan. So I think the importance is that it's recognising where we are now, what needs to be done, and trying to move on from that. rather than, but that will mean going back and perhaps revisiting things that had been commitments in the past to do so and haven't been delivered. I don't know if Claire wants to add any more to that.
Claire, would you like to add any more?
I don't think so. I think it is, there is a number of areas that we recognise there is development work to be done. And, part of that development work has come because we've gone over and reviewed previous procedures and policies. While we've been doing some of the review work, there's some policies not there, there's some policies missing. So there is a lot of development work, still to achieve. And we are kind of looking at starting that blank canvas and starting again from scratch.
Yes, supplementary.
Okay, thank you. I'm just wondering why previous governance arrangements, risk registers and performance management, the performance management framework hasn't successfully identified then all these issues previously.
So again, I think there has been governance. Has that been robust enough? We wouldn't be here if that had worked. So I think it's been taking that time, that review of where we are and actually pulling it all together. I think what we've seen is there's been a number of pieces of work which have been committed to review, whether that's around repairs, voids, etc. individually, but actually it needed that collective of bringing this together in the plan, and there's a lot of interdependencies within the plan. So one piece of work cannot be improved in isolation. It needs the other parts to be working alongside it. So I think that this is the recognition that what was there before, looking at the governance structure, for example, were not effective. There was a lot of groups, but not necessarily feeding into anywhere. The learning from that not being escalated or not being sort of passed down throughout the organisation. So the structure that's there now is far more inclusive. It's bringing together different members of the teams, and it is making sure that we're reporting into the leadership team and then reporting to committee more effectively. So I think we could spend a lot of time saying what went wrong. I think this is what the plan is recognising. These are all the areas based on statistics, based on feedback, where it isn't working, but actually bringing it together in one place to say we will now do better.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Proctor.
Thank you very much, Provost. Alison, thank you for the excellent report that's been brought forward. And just a question I'd like to ask, and it's one that I raised before, and that is I hope we were going to see some proactivity in ensuring that tenancy agreements between the tenants and indeed the council are sort of met. And I'm talking about things like unsocial behaviour, the amount of pets that people have, maintenance of gardens, which affect those who do sort of abide by the agreement, but there is a small amount of people who don't, and I do hope we're going to have some proactive sort of engagement and get this sort of matter sorted out. Thank you.
Hello.
Thanks, Councillor Proctor. Yeah, that is a priority for us, and we've recently created a temporary performance and improvement team into the service, and we've seconded some housing officers into that team to purposely look at all our policies and procedures in relation to our tenancy agreement to make sure that they are refreshed, that they are in order, and that staff then have training on how to proceed with those types of actions in line with the tenancy agreement.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Greg? No, sorry, it was Councillor Fotheringham, my apologies. And then I've seen you, I saw Jill's hands next, and then Councillor Want, and then that.
That's
okay,
all right.
Right, well, there's lots coming now. I think I've got that in order. If not, let me know. Councillor Fotheringham.
Thank you very much, Provost. I know that the voids has been mentioned in reports before, and it is a priority as part of your improvement plan. Do we have an approximate figure of rental income that we are not collecting every month because of the number of voids? Do we know what that figure is approximately? Thank you.
Know that figure. I don't have it to hand, but we will know that figure because it is something we monitor, so I can confirm that with you after today.
Thank you. Then I think it was Councillor Scott.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention, Provost. So, I'm honestly sorry, I've lost my thread. Did you want to take Councillor Gregg?
I'll take Councillor.
And then come back.
Councillor Gregg.
Thank you. But in relation to page 152 of the combined papers, I'm pleased to see that there has been an improvement on the gross rent arrears. It's still slightly above the Scottish National average. However, just below that one, the percentage of former tenant arrears which have been written off at the year end is sitting at 59.96%. So are you able to put a monetary value to that to let us know how much has been written off?
I don't have that. Oh. Sorry, apologies. I don't have that information with me, but we do have it because I've just recently looked at that information with our finance colleagues, so I can get that information to you.
Are you composed, Councillor Scott?
I think so, Provost. Thank you. The temporary improvement team, you're saying that you've seconded from the community housing teams, and I'm aware that they were short-staffed already, and I know that this is probably operational. It's not for me. I'm not telling you how to run it, but I'm concerned that you've been short-staffed. I know that you've just done a recruitment drive. I think there was 6 vacancies or something like that, but that'll take them a while to get up to speed, and yet we've got, you know, targets in this plan. So how do you think that's going to impact? And also the customer charter as well. I've probably got multiple questions, Provost, I'm sorry. But the customer charter as well.
Maximum 2. Or do it all in one breath?
I will. The customer charter obviously gives timescales and stuff. So if we're short-staffed and then you've got new staff, that's going to take them a while to get up to speed. So do you think that will cause more complaints if the complaints are not dealt with on time, shall we say? And also, in the past, we've heard from Mr Smith and Councillor Brays around the voids. We've heard about problems with meters, and I absolutely understand that. When I was a housing officer, it was frustrating myself, and it does take up a lot of time. But I noticed that that is not mentioned at all in this plan. So, how are you going to speed up the voids, basically, turnover, if you're not dealing with the meter problems? Thank you.
I'm conscious that's a very, very long question and a lot of questions. So what I think is maybe the right way to do this is maybe answer a couple of them and then send to every councillor here the other questions that were there. I think that's only seems fair. Oh, well, with that in mind, I shall allow you to do it then.
That's it. In terms of recruitment, Councillor Scott, we haven't, although 2 housing officers have been seconded to the new team, we haven't done that yet, so that we are not leaving the community housing team short staff. We have just done a recruitment drive and successfully recruited 6 housing officers. Some are starting with immediate effect, some are coming with some experience already, but we do have a training plan in place, and we are conscious not to leave the frontline staff short. Lindsay has some resource in her team that is working, including herself, to keep on track with that improvement plan. In terms of the customer charter, do you want to go next?
No, I'll pick up the utilities.
Okay. In terms of the customer charter, again, we've been doing quite a lot of engagement with the teams on that. The staff are fully aware of that. We're busy actually today and tomorrow, I think, doing training sessions on staff. So we are hoping to that we don't think that is going to cause any issues at the moment rolling that out. There was vacant posts as well, I should note, within the community housing teams that had been sitting for some time. They've all also now been recruited into.
In terms of the utilities issues as part of the voids work, that will be addressed as part of the voids work. There's an action within the plan to review the voids process, and as part of that, and to identify improvements. So as part of that, we're looking at an options appraisal as to how we can overcome some of the utilities challenges. So that's been undertaken at the moment. We've got a member of staff who's been recruited into my team who is focusing on unplanned repairs and voids as his role. So he's already undertaken quite a lot of work. So I'm hoping to get some progress for that soon.
Thank you.
Councillor Wan.
Thank you, Provost. Hopefully quite a simple question. Do we have enough contractors to ensure that voids and repairs are done quickly enough? And for the ones that are already on contract, when does the contract end to allow us to go out and source new or more?
Alison?
Gavin Balfour.
Oh, Gavin.
Yeah, hi there, and thank you for the question. There was two parts to that question, Derek. The first one, are there enough contractors out there? I think it's dependent on the size of the contractors that we're looking for. Angus is very much a region, or sorry, a district of small to medium enterprises. At the moment, we seem to have gone for larger contractors. So in our options appraisal for the new contracts, we will be taking into account, what Angus has to offer and what is actually required in order to deliver that. In terms of when do the contracts expire, they are due to expire in 2026, with this options appraisal due at the end of this financial year to give us suitable time for the procurement process. So hopefully that answered your question.
Great. We're still on questions. Councillor Dornan was there. Sorry, Councillor Dornan is the next one.
Thank you. In the report, it mentions some quick wins. I wondered if you could talk through what you mean by those, what they would be, and how quick they might be. Thanks.
No problem. Sorry. For instance, the customer charter is a quick win for us. At the current time, tenants don't know when to expect us to phone them back. There's no guidance for staff on when to phone a customer back. There's nothing out there. So that customer charter work we prioritised really quickly. And that was in the first quarter, which is due to be finalised for the 30th of June, and we're on track to meet that quick win. So it's some of those little simple things that actually we can implement really quickly. So that is one of the major quick wins for us at the moment, just getting it out there so tenants know when to expect a phone call from us back and cut down some of the phone calls to us, but that we are then holding housing officers accountable to when to respond to customers, etc.
There was also, in terms of the voids and repairs work, there was training delivered to staff and reviewed. There was processes reviewed to try and reduce the number of variations, and there was simplified schedule of rates introduced as well to try and just simplify some of those processes that staff are working to for managing unplanned repairs and voids. So they were some of the quick wins that were implemented there for the unplanned repairs and voids work.
Sorry, that's my fault. Thank you. Is that now is that a question? It's a comment. Are you a question or a comment? Question. Councillor Gregg, your question.
Thank you, Provost. On page 154 of the combined papers in the report, the percentage of the percentage of tenants satisfied with the landlord's contribution to the management of the neighbourhood they live in. There's been a sharp decline in that from the previous 3 reporting periods of 91.72% down to 64.4%. Does that include things like green spaces, parks and things like that? And the reason I ask that is that in the Gallows Shade area of Forfar, there is one play park that is, I'm aware, is next time it fails an assessment and it's past its useful life will be completely removed. So that's going to further dissatisfy many of the people that live in the Gallows Shade area. So I'm just wondering if parks and those green spaces are included within that, and if that is the case, then can we keep that park?
Yeah, it does include all the green spaces in and around their estates. It includes the whole community that they live in when we ask that question. So the likes of the play park, etc., would be something that we would, obviously work with our colleagues in parks around that maintenance. We would, do some tenant consultation around there, and we would also look at environmental improvements that could be done in that area. I couldn't give an answer regarding the play park at the moment.
Thank you. We're on to comment. Is you still a question?
Just a small one.
A quick question, right? Quick, that's fine.
Just to ask that when I'm out and about, I see quite a lot of flats, etc., that are not habitable, and obviously we don't know whether they belong to a housing association or whether they belong to ourselves. Would it be possible to maybe let us know where our properties that are being developed are? Just because obviously the general public see these properties and say, why is there nobody living in there? I need to move house. You know, would it be possible for you to let us know properties that were a way to be revamped or get new boilers in, etc., so that we could get back to the constituents and say, well, actually, these houses are being done at the moment, because that's often a common complaint I get in my inbox. Thank you.
We can pull that list together for you.
Great, thank you. And again, back to what you mentioned, the voids. I think that's a quick fix for you to say it's because of the not the voids, the power situation where so many of them are sitting there because we can't get the zero the electric meters or the gas meters. I think I'm right on that, am I not?
Yeah, that's correct.
So that's a good, quick, simple fix.
In some of the work that Lindsay's team are working at, we're looking at a different utility supplier that works with social housing at the moment to see if that's going to improve things for us.
Great. So therefore comments, and I started with them. My apologies, Kenny.
Thank you very much, Provost, and thank you to all those here today, Alison, and Claire and Lindsay and Gavin online, and of course Catherine at home. Thank you for this report. This is going to be a massive step forward. Thank you for all your work on it, but it's not just your work. This is the work of every single member of Angus Council's Housing Service team. They've all contributed to this, and this is what's going to improve our housing service, and I have every confidence that it will. It will take time. There will be quick wins, I've no doubt about that, but there's other things that are going to take a frustratingly long time, and I really hope that utility metering isn't going to be one of them that goes on too much longer. The frustration for people caused by this in our housing service must be so demoralising to have homes sitting empty and people desperate for a home because national corporations cannot and will not get their finger out and look after their customers. I find it, well, it makes me angry. I'll calm down for a wee minute and then I will resume. This is what we've been waiting for, 2 years of hard work, and this is what's going to address problems that have built up over quite a number of years. Certainly 3 or 4, maybe 5 years. And those issues, they weren't the result of something that was done out of sheer stupidity. They were done on the back of really good, sensible ideas that, well, didn't work out. And there was there was a tumbling effect. So one was affecting the other, and we're addressing that. There's one word in here that I like quite a lot, and that's incremental. Because what we're looking for, yes, we want the quick wins, but we want steady improvement. And because the issues that we are dealing with are the result of lots of change in quick succession, I think it's appropriate that we try and go for a steady approach, because if you go for too much radical change to try and address a problem that's been caused by radical change, well, you might just make things worse. So very happy with the approach that's being suggested here, and looking forward to seeing the improvement that this will bring. Of course, resources required if we want to see substantial improvement in our housing service, in the repairs being done, and the quality of work, and the volume of work I'm sure we all want to see in our council housing stock. Then it will take resource, and that resource will have to be made available. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Braze. Any other comments? Councillor Gregg? Councillor Speed, thank you. Councillor Gregg, Councillor Speed next. Councillor Gregg, continue.
Thank you, Provost. It's clear there's a tremendous amount of work has gone into this, which is welcomed, and I guess that ultimately the proof will be in the pudding next time a report is brought, so we can see improvements or where things need to be perhaps tweaked. But ultimately the heart of this are our tenants. As we as their corporate landlords, we need to look after them and bring them with us, and ultimately all of these improvements are for their benefit. I am looking forward to receiving the email about the rent arrears that have been written off, because I think there's probably a little bit more to that than perhaps is within this. I'm also aware that we have council garages, although they're separate to the housing issue, that the rents that come in from those garages do actually go into the HRA, and I'm aware that there are many garages where there is no rent being collected or where lots of rents have been written off. So it'll be interesting to see the figures for that as well, because I believe that that's important. Any of the money that we can bring in to help improve the service is what we need, and the more we can throw at it, the better.
Thank you, Councillor Gregg. Councillor Speed.
Yep, thank you. I'm of course all supportive of us making improvements, but I am just concerned that there haven't perhaps been lessons learned from the previous multiple service reviews. The choice-based letting and allocations policy, repairs contracts, and the previous service review, which they were all undertaken within a really short time, as Councillor Brays you did allude to there. But I feel that there was at that time there was lots of cries around some of the implementations and how it was being done, when it was being done, and the fact that there was so much happened altogether for staff to have to deal with. I am just a bit concerned that we're repeating the same pattern again. I think that there's a lot that would be expecting of staff. There's multiple milestones within the plan to improve, customer service, overall performance, and reduce complaints on limited resources. And I just am concerned at the impact, especially on our frontline officers. The current milestones and timescales, in my view, they need to be realistic. And I'm just concerned that we're going to just enter into another storm and another period of chaos. Our tenants absolutely need to be at the heart of this. They need clarity as to what to expect moving forward. So as much as I absolutely want to see improvement, I'm not sure that this plan is really selling it to me as being the ticket to better days ahead for housing.
Thank you, Councillor Speed. Councillor MacDonald.
I'm sorry to hear that, Councillor Speed. When we took over the administration, the reason that I keep articulating that this needs to be a cross-party, all-party contributing to it is that the circumstances that we found ourselves in were not born of councillors not doing their governance properly. They were born out of us making decisions based on recommendations presented to us by senior officers. Now, some of those senior officers are no longer in post, and maybe there are different ideas that are coming through, and there's different things being found out, and there are different things come forward of things we need to do to improve. So some of the things that I think you're explicitly talking about were under a different set of circumstances. And we've been in administration for 2 years. This is the work of Kenny Councillor Brays being specifically put in as a driver to make changes in the housing, because we recognise through every single bit of casework that we get in across the chamber, a lot of it's housing, a lot of it's our own tenants that have got massive issues. So the plan has been developed with the entire housing team. So the timescale for delivery, whilst ambitious, has been run through those people. We are putting a lot into this, and the setting up of the specific housing committee is to add to that, not take away from it. It's to add to putting a prime focus on this and making it a central point of our administration going forward. So, as Councillor Gregg said, and I'm sure other people in the chamber will say, if there isn't an improvement, we've got ownership of it. But we want to make sure that everybody is feeding into it so that we can make it good and right for the tenants going forward. Councillor Brays has been in regular meetings with our housing team to try and drive forward the improvements that we need to do. If there's anything that needs to get added into these things, I'm sure that the team will be absolutely on board with taking them in. And when we get that MOG set up as part of the housing committee structure and all that stuff, everyone that wants to can feed into that process. So I think this is an opportunity to look at housing with a fresh start as a sort of day zero. There's some great work being done across different committees on looking at what's happened and why we're in the situations we're in. And this is now the opportunity to look at what we can do to make things better for our tenants and to get those red markers that are in the plan there back into a green level and actually deliver a customer-focused approach towards our tenants. That's the key driver here, is making sure that Angus Council's tenants have good customer service.
Thank you. Councillor Shepherd.
Thanks, Provost. The report, a good report, and we all know that improvements needed. There's, we've all had casework with housing difficulties, and sometimes there's been difficulties with getting that actioned. So I'm really happy to see the improvement plan, but not just the improvement plan itself. I think the motion we had earlier today that saw, the administration, the non-aligned, and the opposition group, everyone in the chamber unite and identify there is a housing emergency here in Angus, and the backing of everyone in the chamber, the officers in this improvement plan, the forming of a new committee. Hopefully that will be the fresh start that's needed, and we can really action some of the shortfalls that we've had. And I think there's a bit of honesty with everyone as well. We know there's been those shortfalls, and I think everyone today that I've heard spoken with passion, including officers, councillors alike, that everyone's got the energy to take this on. And something like this as well, the delivery is very much on the contractors, and that's something that I'm sure everyone will be keeping an eye on, especially the new committee, and make sure that we follow through and deliver for our tenants. So really hoping this is a turning point and satisfaction's achieved. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Shepherd. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Provost. Yeah, huge piece of work. I welcome it. The proof of the pudding will be in the eating, but I do have concerns, and do you know what? I'm really, really sad that our customers are not satisfied. And how did we get here? Our tenants are the bread and butter. Without them, we don't have jobs. Our job, the housing officers' jobs or the housing service, is to look after them. So I'm really disappointed that their satisfaction's so low. I'm also really deeply disappointed in that you've got a milestone set for, whilst I welcome it, trauma-informed practice. Trauma-informed practice is not new, should have been happening a long, long time ago. So, but I also have grave concerns for the frontline staff. There's been a huge, I think, there's been a huge turnover in staff in housing, which never used to be the case, And whilst this is welcome, it is ambitious, and I just worry for the frontline staff that are going to have to implement, deal with all this. But like Councillor Gregg says, the proof of the pudding will be in the eating. Thank you very much.
I'll put this mic on so everyone can hear it. I'm going over to Councillor Dorn now. If there's any other questions, put your hands up now. If not, I'll be concluding with Councillor Bayes, who will sum up. Thank you.
Thank you. In the comment, I'm going to make a suggestion that doesn't need a response just now, but it's something to consider, as obviously this is the first step in a plan that will go forward. I was pleased to see within this plan the detail around what success looks like and the metrics assigned to those. But I think given the fact that this is, look, as others have mentioned, the scale of it, the ambition of it, I don't think it's realistic for all of those percentage points to have increased back to where they were previously within, I don't know, 6 months, whatever that time frame is. And I think for us as councillors, when we're reviewing something like this going forward, to assess what's going to be prioritised first as well, and where those changes are going to be seen first, it might be useful to have that timescale for one that is going to kind of appear in the reports that we see. Some of the things that you were doing obviously could be implemented faster than others have longer timescales. And I think just rather than just the timescale for delivery, because the delivery of what you've done isn't the end point of this, the end point is actually the success measures and how and when those changes and improvements are going to be seen. So I just wanted to raise that. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dorden. I'm seeing no other further hands up, so Councillor Brace.
Yes, thanks, Provost. Can Councillor Scott is absolutely right regarding these customer satisfaction surveys. Dreadful. But just imagine what that feels like for our housing staff. We're dedicated to their profession to try and do the best for our tenants, and they're just not able to because the system's wrong, the structure's wrong, there's so much wrong with it, and this is what we're going to improve so that they can do their job better to the best of their ability and make life better for all our tenants. Now, I've so many times come in here and sang the praises of our staff and thanked them for all their efforts. And of course I do so again. And Storm Babette, thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, they don't want any more thanks from me. They want to be able to do their job properly, to look after our tenants properly in decent houses so they can go home at night thinking, well, I've done some good today. And that's what we have to give them. That's our responsibility. That will be the responsibility of this new housing committee. Because make no mistake, there is no point in doing it unless we want substantially better lives for the people who live in our council houses. Thank you.
Point
Thank you
of
very much, Councillor
clarification.
Brace.
It's my understanding that we have.
I was concluding there.
Sorry?
I did say that was then the comments, and that was Councillor Brace concluding as the new
Point of
housing.
clarification.
Pardon me?
It's a point of clarification.
Point of clarification. Sorry, I didn't. I thought you were going. Point of clarif. What's your point of clarification?
It's my understanding we haven't decided to set up a housing committee, only a MOG, yet twice that's been referred to. So I just want to clarify the position. Are we setting up as committee, or are we having a MOG to decide whether to set one up or not?
Is Councillor MacDonald or Councillor Brace going to answer that one?
I'll answer it. We're setting up a MOG to set up a committee.
There you are.
That's exactly what we're doing. And I'll be driving that. And, you know, it will be for 28 members to decide whether it's a committee or not. But I'm certainly up for it. And Councillor Gregg, I hope, will be up for it too. Because that's the way that we're going to be able to get better housing for our tenants and a better housing across the whole of Angus in all tenures and of all types.
Alison.
Yes, and just to confirm that the MOG has been agreed today, but as Councillor Brace referred to there, that will come to Council for all members to decide whether or not to set up the committee.
Thank you.
Thank
you. I just wanted to clarify that.
A further comment. I didn't.
As obviously it's been mentioned
I wasn't
twice.
picking you up. My apologies for that, Councillor Gregg. Therefore, you have the recommendations in front of you. Are they agreed? Enjoy recess, everyone. Thank you very much.
Sandra, stop the recording.